Jake running yesterday much better than he's been running. No, he's still not where he wants to be with that, but they will get better. And he will, it won't be long, and you'll probably see him move into a E350, move into Dad's boat. All right, Marissa, Gunner, Corey. J. Michael on the outside. Probably going to make a bonsai at this. Here comes Corey starting to pick it up. You hear Marissa on the throttle. Way outside Jacob Malden. Whoa. Well, Gunner was right there, and all of a sudden he's got an issue again. Looks like J. Michael outside, Corey in second. I think that's Jacob Malden in third, and looks like Marissa Bartel in fourth place. Good race. Here they come. J. Michael out front using a lot of water. Well, J. Michael Kelly's holding his own out front. But Corey's right there. You don't want to make a mistake right now because Corey's going to jump on it. He's actually looked like he might have been gaining a little bit there. And Jacob Malden, I don't know what they did, but they woke that thing up there for the first lap or so. That thing was a rocket ship. And Marissa does not seem to have quite the speed to stay with them. That is a 52 and the 25. Jacob Malden in the 311. Malden well drilling. Marissa Bartels Racing. BWR Racing sponsored. Just getting that sponsorship in the last week. Bruce Ratchford getting on board. J. Michael Kelly. Corey Peabody. Nice run by those two boats. All right. Well, we lost Jacob. J. Michael Kelly, your winner. Corey Peabody, second. Unfortunately, Jacob Malden broke. He's up in turn 2 at the exit up there. See, he's got the lid up, which means he's okay. Marissa Bartel's coming up the back chute. I am sure she's not real happy right now. I'm sure Mom and Dad aren't any happier, and I know her sister's not happy. But they're still running, and unfortunately, Gunnar O'Farrell going to be part of that family here very soon, already part of it.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark, 4 minutes.
All right, 4-minute flag is on the course, green flag. 1 minute, it will go white. When they hit the start line, and the clock counts 0, it will go green again. Run 4 laps. run 3 laps, get a white flag. That'll be their final lap. At the end of that, they will get a checkered flag and then a black flag to clear the course. Here comes 2.5 mod.
Takeoff.
It was a barn
point
burner
updated.
yesterday. Didn't set a record, but it was fast. J. Michael Kelly in the 52, very, very fast. The 25, once they got it running right, even though they had a poor start, they were on a roll. The 1, reigning US 1 point champion for mod from last year, 2.5 mod last year, around in 3rd place. All right, that's Marissa Bartels, the first boat in the north turn. J. Michael Kelly right behind her, and going up the back chute right now is Corey Peabody. So you have the 1, the 52, and the 12. Corey Peabody in the 25. Well, and if I'm not mistaken, that is the 21, and if it is, that is Gunnar O'Farrell. Gunnar has had no luck this weekend. That it is. A 21, Gunnar O'Farrell. Go fast, turn left. Lake Ridge Paving. Gunnar cutting the course. Corey coming across right now. Jake Malden in the 311. Jake running yesterday much better than he's been running. No, he's still not where he wants to be with that, but they will get better. And he will, it won't be long, and you'll probably see him move into a E350, move into Dad's boat. All right, Marissa, Gunnar, Corey. J. Michael on the outside. Probably going to make a bonsai at this. Here comes Corey starting to pick it up. You hear Marissa on the throttle. Way outside Jacob Malden. Whoa. Well, Gunnar was right there, and all of a sudden he's got an issue again.
Water yet, so I'm guessing we still don't have our.
Looks like J. Michael outside.
Medical
Corey
team
in
here.
second.
We have our divers. We have our on-the-water medical are here.
I think that's Jacob Malden in third.
Our safety is here as
and
far
looks
as
like
towing
Marissa
and all
Bartell
that.
in fourth place.
But I haven't seen any of the boats going to water, so I'm guessing that means we don't have
Good race. Here they come.
EMS here yet.
J. Michael out front using a lot of water.
Take a moment to talk a little bit about what this regatta is for. It is named after Terry Truxilla. Terry was a long-time boat racer, and I do mean long time. I think he was probably about 63 when
J.
he
Michael
passed.
Kelly's holding his own out front.
Super
Corey's
guy,
right there.
very talented.
You don't
was,
want to make
I
a
think,
mistake
one of the
right now
founders
because
of
Corey's going to
the
jump
old
on it.
Tacoma
It actually looked like he might have been gaining a little bit there.
Tyra.
And Jacob Malden, I don't know what they did, but they woke that thing up there for the first lap or so. That thing was a rocket ship.
I know he had
And Marissa does not seem to have quite the speed to stay with them.
Whale of a driver, pretty darn good mechanic.
That is the 52 and the 25.
Terry and I were about the same age. Actually, I remember back in the day chasing some of the same girls that he was. And I don't know if either one of us were successful in
Jacob Malden in the 311. Malden Weldon or Meldon.
I fully admit
Malden
that.
Drilling.
Terry is a great guy. Really enjoyed
Marissa
him.
Bartels. Bartels Racing.
Terry is the one this regatta is named for.
BWR.
We do this in his memory.
Racing sponsor.
And everybody,
just getting
for
that
whatever
sponsorship
reason,
in the
and most
last
of these people
week.
did not know Terry. A lot of them
Bruce
didn't.
Ratchford getting on board.
They show up in droves here.
J. Michael Kelly.
Pateros is not the biggest town on the river.
Corey Peabody.
By any stretch of the imagination.
Nice run by those
What a
two
wonderful
boats.
Town. I know the mayor's here today. I know that mayor was going to be here talking to the young people about an award that they're vying for this weekend. And hopefully if we can, and I'll talk to Tiffany about this, if we could get the mayor to come up a little bit later, we'll talk with the mayor and do an interview and see mayor's thoughts on the event and all that goes with it. And speaking of Pateros, this evening,
well, we
and
lost
this isn't
Jacob.
just for us, but there is a fundraiser by the fire department. They have two major fundraisers a year.
J. Michael
to
Kelly,
help
your winner.
To defray expenses
Corey Peabody,
for
second.
fire and emergency medical here.
Unfortunately,
in
Jacob
Pateros
Malden
and
broke.
surrounding
He's
area.
up in turn 2 at the exit up
There's
there.
Sloppy Joe's,
See, he's got the
and
lid up,
I
which
think
means he's
they
okay.
also offer a
Marissa
hot dog
Bartels
as,
coming
as
up
an
the back chute.
alternative.
I am sure she's
for
not
a
real
meal.
happy right now.
It's a
I'm sure
$15
Mom and Dad aren't any
meal,
happier, and I know her
well
sister's not
worth
happy. But
supporting
they're still
them.
running, and
Anytime we go to a
unfortunately, Gunnar
town where
O'Farrell
we can help with
gonna be
this,
part of that
we
family here
encourage
very
all the
soon.
racers
Already
to
part
go.
of it.
If you can't, and they will be here later this afternoon, even if you can't have dinner or that's not of interest, a donation would be appreciated. We want to try and give back
right.
as much as we can
4-minute
when we go
flag
into
is
a
on
town.
the course. Green flag.
One of the things we talk
1
about
minute, it
with
will go white.
different sites
When
when,
they
we
hit
go
the
in
start
and we're looking
line
for sponsors
And
and
the
things.
clock counts 0. It will go green
One of
again.
these races will bring in
Run
over
4
$100,000
laps, run
in
3
revenue
laps,
for
get
a
a white
weekend.
flag. That'll
What's
be their
spent in
final
the
lap.
hotels, motels,
At the end of that, they will get a checkered flag
restaurants,
and then a black flag to clear
gas
the course.
stations,
Here
any
comes
of the
2.5
beverage
miles.
outlets.
Takeoff.
Cody's being
It was
one
a
of them.
barn
Home
burner
point
yesterday.
weekend.
Didn't set a
So,
record, but it was
We
fast.
want to try and give back, and if you can be a part of that meal tonight, and
J.
everyone
Michael
is
Kelly
welcome,
in
not
the
just
52.
racers, but
Very,
the
very
community
fast.
as well.
The
Please
25,
go
once they
and,
got it
and
running
have,
right,
Sloppy Joe.
even though they had a poor start, they
give
were
them
on
that
a roll.
$15
The
so
one,
that they can help to
reigning US
do
1
the work that they do, because we need them.
point champion
We all
for
need
mod
'em.
from last year,
We
2.5
know
mod
about the
last year,
fires over here. We know about emergency
around
medical
in third place.
that we need over here. So we,
All right.
we're really
Marissa
glad
Bartels, the
to give
first
back.
boat in the north
there's
turn.
a lot of stuff to go through today.
J. Michael Kelly
we'll
right
do
behind
a
her
couple
and going
things
up
here
the back
right off
chute
the
right
bat.
now is
First
Corey
off,
Peabody.
let's go through our
So
sponsors.
you have the
And
1,
this is our
the
prime
52, and the
sponsor.
12.
That is Strong Racing, Daryl and Vanessa Strong, and glad to have them on board. And hopefully I can get Daryl up here later, as I talked to a couple people, and I didn't get a chance to catch Daryl this morning when I saw him, but I want to talk to him about their involvement with the inboards and also the future for H1.
Corey
What he
Peabody in the
foresees.
25. Well, and if I'm not mistaken, that is the 21, and if it is, that is Gunnar O'Farrell. Gunnar has had no luck
that?
this
Is
weekend.
that better? Okay. Just
That it is.
talking with our referee here, trying to get our sound system
A
a
21,
little different.
Gunnar
I
O'Farrell.
think that's, if that sounds better, Jim.
Go fast,
Okay.
turn left.
Thank you, Jim Codling. Appreciate that. I can't always tell when it's
Lake
going.
Ridge Paving.
I don't always listen to me. I hear that at home. I don't listen to my wife either, but thank you, Jim. All right. Some of our other sponsors. Brewster Marketplace, Eisenhart Excavating, they're right here in town. Fast Signs out of Federal Way. They've been instrumental in doing a lot of stuff.
All right. Gunner cutting
Cody's
the course.
Noon Saloon here
Corey
in town.
coming across right
Brewster
now.
Vehicle and boat licensing. A
For
while ago
getting
that he
on
has
board.
actually got out of the hospital late yesterday.
J.
He's back
Michael
home
Kelly.
recovering, but Bryce, as a rookie, came out. He was a Region 10 by
Corey Peabody.
350 High Point.
Nice
Rookie
run
of
by
the
those
year,
two boats.
National High Point. He did just about everything you could first year out, and that's hard to duplicate. And he's had his ups and downs. We've got with the E20 and the E3 coming out on top of the other boats that we already have out running in that class. When the Weymouth family brought those two boats out, that really upped the
All
ante as far as what those boats can do, and
Well, we lost Jacob.
really made for some great racing. Bryce has not been able to get back to the top of the game, but I know
J. Michael
in,
Kelly, your winner.
conversations that he's had with a couple
Corey
people
Peabody second.
that he said once he's back up and well in the off
Unfortunately,
season,
Jacob Malden
they're going
broke.
to do whatever
He's
they
up
have
in
to
turn
get the
2
boat
at the
where it
exit
needs
up
to
there.
be to go out
See,
there
he's
and
got the
compete
lid
with
up, which means
the
he's
20
okay.
and the 3 and everybody
Marissa
else.
Bartell's coming up the back chute. I
So
am sure she's
I
not
look
real
forward to
happy
next year
right
with
now.
that. We wish Bryce
I'm
well.
sure Mom and Dad aren't any happier.
I will take
and
a
know her
moment,
sister's
step
not
away.
happy.
I'm going to get some water.
But they're still running.
Keep my
and
voice intact
unfortunately,
for
Gunnar
now,
O'Farrell,
and we will be back
part of
as
that
soon as we
family
can
here very
to
soon.
get
Already
started.
part of it.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 4 minutes.
All right. 4-minute flag is on the course. Green flag. 1 minute, it will go white. When they hit the start line and the clock counts 0, it will go green again. Run 4 laps, run 3 laps, get a white flag. That'll be their final lap. At the end of that, they will get a checkered flag and then a black flag to clear the course. Here comes 2.5 mod.
Attention in the
Takeoff.
pits. Attention
It
in
was
the
a
pits.
barn
Home point
burner
updated.
yesterday.
Aaron,
Didn't set a record, but it was.
Get on your
fast.
radio and talk to the tower, please. They're trying to get a hold of you.
J. Michael Kelly in
Sue
the
and
52.
Aaron.
Very, very fast. The 25, once they got it running right, even though they had a poor start, they were on a roll. The 1, reigning US 1 point champion for mod from last year, 2.5 mod last year, around in 3rd place. All right. That's Marissa Bartell's the first boat. Jake running yesterday, much better than he's been running. No, he's still not where he wants to be with that, but they will get better. And he will, it won't be long, and you'll probably see him move into a E350, move into Dad's boat. All right, Marissa, Gunner, Corey. J. Michael on the outside. Probably going to make a bonsai at this. Here comes Corey starting to pick it up. You hear Marissa on the throttle. Way outside Jacob Malden. Whoa. Well, Gunner was right there, and all of a sudden he's got an issue again. Looks like J. Michael outside, Corey in second. I think that's Jacob Malden in third, and looks like Marissa Bartell in 4th place. Good race. Here they come. J. Michael out front using a lot of water. J. Michael Kelly's holding his own out front, but Corey's right there. You don't want to make a mistake right now because Corey's going to jump on it. He's actually looked like he might have been gaining a little bit there. And Jacob Malden, I don't know what they did, but they woke that thing up there for the first lap or so. That thing was a rocket ship. And Marissa does not seem to have quite the speed to stay with them. That is a 52 and the 25. Jacob Malden in the 311. Malden Well Drilling. Marissa Bartels Racing. BWR Racing sponsored. Just getting that sponsorship in the last week. Bruce Ratchford getting on board. J. Michael Kelly. Corey Peabody. Nice run by those two boats. Corey Peabody in the 25. Well, and if I'm not mistaken, that is the 21, and if it is, that is Gunnar O'Farrell. Gunnar has had no luck this weekend. That it is. A21, Gunnar O'Farrell. Go fast, turn left. Lake Ridge Paving. Gunnar cutting the course. Corey coming across right now. Jake Malden in the 311. Jake running yesterday much better than he's been running. No, he's still not where he wants to be with that, but they will get better. And he will, it won't be long, and you'll probably see him move into a E350, move into Dad's boat. All right, Marissa, Gunnar, Corey. J. Michael on the outside. Probably going to make a bonsai at this. Here comes Corey starting to pick it up. You hear Marissa on the throttle. Way outside Jacob Malden. Whoa. Well, Gunnar was right there, and all of a sudden he's got an issue again. Looks like J. Michael outside, Corey in second. I think that's Jacob Malden in third, and looks like Marissa Bartel in fourth place. Good race. Here they come. J. Michael out front using a lot of water. Well, J. Michael Kelly's holding his own out front, but Corey's right there. You don't want to make a mistake right now because Corey's going to jump on it. He's actually looked like he might have been gaining a little bit there. And Jacob Malden, I don't know what they did, but they woke that thing up there for the first lap or so. That thing was a rocket ship. And Marissa does not seem to have quite the speed to stay with them. That is a 52 and the 25. Jacob Malden in the 311. Malden Well Drilling. Marissa Bartels Racing. BWR Racing sponsored. Just getting that sponsorship in the last week. Bruce Ratchford getting on board. J. Michael Kelly. Corey Peabody. Nice run by those two boats. All right. Well, we lost Jacob. J. Michael Kelly, your winner. Corey Peabody, second. Unfortunately, Jacob Malden broke. He's up in turn 2 at the exit up there. See, he's got the lid up, which means he's okay. Marissa Bartels coming up the back chute. I am sure she's not real happy right now. I'm sure Mom and Dad aren't any happier, and I know her sister's not happy. But they're still running, and unfortunately, Gunnar O'Farrell going to be part of that family here very soon, already part of it. That thing up there for the first lap or so, that thing was a rocket ship. And Marissa does not seem to have quite the speed to stay with them. That is a 52 and the 25. Jacob Malden in the 311. Malden Well Drilling. Marissa Bartels Racing. BWR Racing sponsored. Just getting that sponsorship in the last week. Bruce Ratchford getting on board. J. Michael Kelly. Corey Peabody. Nice run by those two boats. In the 52, very, very fast. The 25, once they got it running right, even though they had a poor start, they were on a roll. The 1, reigning US 1 point champion for mod from last year, 2.5 mod last year, around in 3rd place. All right, that's Marissa Bartels, the first boat in the north turn. J. Michael Kelly right behind her, and going up the back chute right now is Corey Peabody. So you have the 1, the 52, and the 12. Corey Peabody in the 25. Well, and if I'm not mistaken, that is the 21, and if it is, that is Gunnar O'Farrell. Gunnar has had no luck this weekend. That it is. A21, Gunnar O'Farrell. Go fast, turn left. Lake Ridge Paving. All right, Gunnar cutting the course. Corey coming across right now. Jake Malden in the 311. Jake running yesterday much better than he's been running. No, he's still not where he wants to be with that, but they will get better. And he will, it won't be long, and you'll probably see him move into a E350, move into Dad's boat. All right, Marissa, Gunnar, Corey. J. Michael on the outside. Probably going to make a bonsai at this. Here comes Corey starting to pick it up. You hear Marissa on the throttle. Way outside Jacob Malden. Whoa. Gunnar was right there, and all of a sudden he's got an issue.
And also behind me, I want to say thank you to Best Stream for coming over to check with me before they throwing Travis forward a couple minutes ago.
I think that's Jacob Malden in third, and looks like Marissa Bartel in fourth place.
So, just listening to some radio chatter here, and hopefully I'll be able to get it right here in the next little while.
Here they come. J. Michael out front using a lot of water.
Trying to check on speakers. And to be real honest, this sometimes is a real thankless job. Most of the time it's a thankless job, let's be honest, right? But I appreciate David and Marty's trying to do, and we're just talking now about possibly looking for some sponsors to help with some more equipment as we go forward. Always trying to improve what we do.
Corey's right there. You don't want to make a mistake right now because Corey's going to jump on it. It actually looks like he might have been gaining a little bit there. And Jacob Malden, I don't know what they did, but they woke that thing up there for the first lap or so.
All right, to do an adjustment on Ozzy's boat, and they're going to turn the right back in the water, and then we have the
that is a 52 and the 25.
45s will go after that, and those will be fun to watch as well. I think I'm hearing something down there, David. I'm hearing. Okay, thank you.
Jacob Malden in the 311. Malden Well Drilling. Marissa Bartel. Yourself down here.
Working on all of this, and I appreciate David Dodge. I know I don't say thank you enough, but I do appreciate you, my friend. And we have a speaker up there as well, so all of you folks in the upper pit area, hope your day is going well. Now that you can hear me, I apologize. Most people have been very kind about the announcing. If you have, and this is something I started doing a couple of years ago, I guess. If you've got a question about boat racing, about the boats that are out there, and I don't get it answered in my normal discussion, come and see me. I might not be able to talk to you, but we'll try and take a message. Let me take a look. I got a phone call coming in. Pateros, you just called me, and we're on 106.1 FM. I hear we're having garbled on the speaker down there, and also on the radio in this truck. So, not sure what that is about, but hopefully we can get some of this resolved and try and do a better job for everybody as we go through the weekend and get this out there for you. Not sure what that's about. Hopefully we get it resolved. Always a work in progress when we do these things, and just should be very close to getting our J-hydros back out. Going to be a busy weekend with all the racing and everything, and lots of stuff going on. Western Divisionals Championship, Vintage Exhibition, outboards running for points, and we have some guys that are running for National High Point, guys and gals. And we're blessed. We've got a number of young ladies that are here driving not only inboards but outboards. Tenor boats, all kinds of things. Kayla Huff running at least a couple of different classes. All right, here comes the J-hydro again. We're right up the 117 hierarchy, right on plane. As I say, sometimes they go right away, other times they don't. And that was Cobra Wyatt, was that final one out in the 122. Saw the boat right in front of him, just couldn't get rocked over. Remember, 3 minutes on their countdown. We don't use a squirt buoy at this event. A lot of times that is the mid backstretch marker, which is where the boat in front of the group right now just went past. We're not doing that. You do not score up. You have to establish your lane at the exit of turn 2 as you come down to the start, and you have to hold that through turn 1. Then it's key to bar the door, get out of the way, take your lane after that. And in outboards, you can get away with cutting over pretty quick. Inboards, you've got to keep minimum distance between you and the boat behind you, and that is the distance of rooster tails or boat lengths, however they decide to call it at that point. And when you come across the course, if you cut the course like you've seen these folks do, which they can do either front to back or back to front, in inboard it's back to front only, and you cannot impede somebody coming down the straightaway. We've seen that in the past. I actually have a boat in my shop right now that's being restored, and it was actually T-boned many, many years ago. All right, just got some good news from my son that the copycat is dry, and he said he'd talk to me during the break later, so that's a good sign. But that boat was T-boned. That was running as a Grand Prix back in the early 2000s. You won't mention the driver's name, just came across the course and drove right inside of it. And you can't do that. That's not a safe thing, even with capsules. All right, here they come. Down to 10 seconds. Zero. Looks like we got a good start across the board. It's even better when they're all running. Good close competition to turn around down there. As you can see, we're not the fastest boats on the water, but I got to tell you, it doesn't matter whether they go 25 or they go 225. It doesn't matter. Racing is racing, and true racers don't care. If they're competitive, if you're side by side and you see the second place boat is making up a little ground, fourth place is moving up on third, that's what this is about. You want to be in front. You want to do better than that other person you're out there with. These kids have learned well. They've learned early. We'll have some great drivers out here, and many of them will possibly stay in outdoors as their careers advance and they get into bigger boats, but they may jump into inboards. And I know one in particular that we talked to at Everett, Washington at Silver Lake earlier this summer. Carson Kelly said he's looking forward to his time when he can actually get in an unlimited. And I understand that. You know, you follow Dad. That's what this is about. If you're a racer, you want to do the best you can, you want to move up and out of it. Coming down, you see all around the boats, trying to get that aerodynamic boost from not having any more drag than they has to. Mackay Cassidy, Ozzie Cassidy, Kobe Bryant, Asher Kelly, Ryder Burks, Crow Cassidy, and Kobe Bryant. Great group of young people. The Cassidy family's pretty much put a hill out there by themselves at this point. And I know as the Kelly boys get a little bit older, I expect to see all three of the boys working together, Joe Michael and both of his sons. So it will be fun to watch. And I even see Carson Kelly's grandpa up here. A great article this week on the family, and Joe Michael standing next to the monkey business with the driver name on it, Carson Kelly's dad. Well, it kind of puts things in perspective. It was done tongue-in-cheek, but it's one of those funny little things. All right, got a good race for second and third. Fourth is not far behind. Anybody makes the slightest little bobble, they're going to lose a lot of ground in a hurry. That's 6 up, 6 running. That's great to see. And a lot of these kids, this is early for them in this race career. And some will continue to, to race. Others will make decisions. They're not interested. They find other interests, other pursuits. I get that. But the thing about it is, one of the reasons that I will try and get some of the kids up here to talk with this weekend is we try and interview them. Last fall, for I think before Manson, or maybe it was for Hillary Pateros. I think it was Pateros. We had about 5 or 6 of the kids in the Cozy radio station in Chelan, and it's a lot of one-word answers when they do interviews. And what we're trying to do is teach them, at least I am, teach them how to do the radio and how to present themselves. Because like with Carson, if he wants to be an unlimited driver, he's got to learn how to talk to media. I've got somebody I want to talk to real quickly. We'll be back. Working in the sound system, John Pateros and David Dodge are working on that right now. I know we've made a change trying to get speakers to work in the Groma, so our apologies on that. We have a boat that is going down in the water in turn 1. Not sure who that is, but they got a boat on the water right now. Out there. And there's a ton of people involved in that, and thank you for being out there, folks. Everybody, they're really tickled about the folks that drive boats and all that. For those that drive, the rest of us, without these folks on the water, we don't do this. And appreciate them beyond. we're coming down on our turn. The number 5 got 4 out there. No, not a problem. I will keep talking. How's that? Get down here on my list. The 58, that is Kayla Huff. The 154. I just want to know what's he doing in an outboard now. That is Mr. Jimmy Malden out of Friday Harbor, Washington. And Kelly Carson in the 45. Kevin Porter going by. Kayla on the outside. So then that would be Kevin inside. Or Carson, excuse me. And Jimmy Malden. And I don't know if Jimmy's ever been in a tunnel before. It is a different animal. There's no question about that. They're not designed to run on a course like this. If you've ever seen the boats that ran at Seafair, those were the champ boats. They were the bigger boat. But those boats were actually, as I started to say, and I got distracted with the sound system and what we're trying to get going here. They're basically designed to turn in a one-pin turn. You go down, you tap the down button on the power trim about twice. The boat gets wet, you turn left, you absorb a bunch of G-forces, and then you start turning it back up and go the other way. And that's what it is when you drive a tunnel boat. You go like about out of it down the straightaway, you back out of the turn, and you hook it, and you're gone. So, all right. Well, that's interesting. Got Carson out front. Jimmy Malden in second place. I have to talk with Jimmy later about his seat time in a tunnel boat. Now, he may have some time I don't know about. But that's good. That was a good start for him. That's something he does on a daily basis. So... All right, well, that's a great sign. That just reassures me of what I thought about Jimmy Malden and his driving ability. This is first time in the seat, so that's good. Kevin Porter and Jimmy Malden going into turn one. Now, these boats don't like to go down and have to turn like that. They are designed to go down and you get the sponsons wet. It's just like hitting the brakes in a car. And you turn it, and you go the other way. They're doing a great job out there. Jimmy getting the hammer on this real quick. That's a difficult thing to do. I drove these things in the past, and it takes a while to get your bearings about you. And far about Jimmy's a far better driver than I ever was, without question, Mr. Carson Kelly. Kevin Porter, Jimmy Malden. And our fourth place. Got a nice fish jumping out in front of us here too. That's a keeper. Get off. Number 58. Well, not very big. They aren't the fastest things out there, but they're a blast to drive. And you really have to be in your toes. We got good water, no wind to speak of this morning. A whole lot easier to drive here than it is when it starts to get lumpy and windy. We saw how they have to hold the nose. 45 horse, that's all they are. But that's a full-out race engine in that boat. Racing wheel unit, center section, and racing propeller. And you'll see a class a little bit later when the Sport Cs come out that is bone stock, top to bottom, and the only thing that's been changed is they put a racing propeller on the boat. That's it. They have to jack them right up because they're a standard center housing or center section on the boats. And the only way of doing anything about that is to raise the engine. So just interesting, no matter how you look at it. And those folks just sit in out there and they float those about as high as you can. Every once in a while they go over. Not very often because they're pretty proficient on it, but I just can't hook to the dock first. Not sure if she's got something else going on that she needs to get back right away, but that's fine. I know she's going to run the Sports C, and I haven't looked at my schedule to see how quick that is, but hopefully we'll get our sound system taken care of. Good to see everybody here this weekend. Folks that I just waved at and say hi to, others that are very close. Everybody gets a wave, I guarantee it. Again, let me reiterate something I said earlier. If you've got a question, a particular question that you want answered about the racing, all right, here we go. We're going to start their second heat. And I don't see Kayla coming, so she may... I can see the boat now. There she is. So she just went back and turned around at the dock. The other stayed out there going already. She'll be going in her right here in a moment. But if you've got a particular question, come. If I have time, I'll talk to you personally. If not, I'll either write the question down with your name. I'll try and get you an answer. I won't tell a story. If I don't know, I'll be honest about it. And it does happen. So we try, and if you're informed, you will be probably happier and a better spectator.
because
52 and the 25.
But he did the same thing again. He's getting the surfaces wet, and it's trying to walk around on him. And you have to be careful with these boats.
Jacob Malden in the 311. Malden well
Fast
drilling.
because you got it too high, and you have to run it that way. Kayla Huff, your winner in the 991 out of Edmonds, Washington. Will Huff in the 560. I think Will's out of Brent, Washington, if memory serves me correct. Second place. So there'll be some trash talking down there later, I'm sure. And if not, I'll do it for him. I'll give Will a bad time for not being out in front. He'll appreciate it. Your third place finisher, Warrenton, Oregon, Mark Mead. You know, the only thing that I've been thinking about it, one of the things we could make more entertaining is we can get Kiwi to drive one of these. And then it'll be a funny little boat with a shorter guy out of New Zealand by way of British Columbia that talks funny. And he'll probably spin out too, so we can have all kinds of fun with that. Gerald across in fourth, Shane in fifth. First and second coming around the turn up here, headed for the dock. Going to get them loaded up and out of the way. Get them out, and then we can get everybody else loaded up. Get back here real quick to my schedule. K-Pro runabout is what I show next. I'm not sure if we've had that altered. We could be going to 2.5 mod. 2.5 mod would be the next one after that. Then AX Hydro times 2 back to back. Then Vintage Small, SE, or not SE, it would be sure. 2.5 stock. Sorry. I didn't make that change on my notes here. Then E350 Cracker Box and Vintage Large. Shane making his way across the start-finish line. They will make their way back to the upper pits. We'll call it the outboard pits, the north pits. And it's anything but being the pits, that's for sure. Great bunch of people that run out of that. We got outboard hydroplanes, outboard runabouts. We got OPC. We got flats up there. And one of the ones we haven't seen from up there is Cracker Box yet. And that'll be a lot of fun. I think we have 2 or 3 Cracker Boxes this weekend. And they're always fun to watch. So, all right, Gerald coming around, getting ready to head back to the pits. See how quickly that boat turns when they slow it just slightly and they get the sponsons wet. It's just like applying the brake. When those runners get wet, it just stops. And something that I haven't talked about today, I do quite frequently. Back probably early 80s, I think it was, late 70s, early 80s, the big champ boats, the really fast stuff that Seabold and Molinari and Belden, Herring, a bunch of those folks were, a bunch of other folks, Johnny Saunders, a bunch of them were running. They were trying new stuff. One of the things that they experimented with were these little hydraulic slave cylinders. They put them on the back of the sponsons, and they had a little rod, and it looked like a prop rod that you would have that opened a lid or something. And these things were on a button on the dash, just like our trim was, and you hit it, and it opens it up. It pushes the rod out. And the idea was to try it as a brake, so you didn't have to trim. They didn't work quite quick enough, so somebody, I don't remember exactly who it was, whether it was Seabold or who, but all right, we have 4 minutes on the clock. We have 2.5 stock on the water. We'll call them around as they come. But somebody decided that you could put a little ball on the end of it, it would give it more drag. Well, that was good, so they thought, well, what about a little bit bigger ball? They went to about a 1/2 inch, 5/8 inch diameter ball on the end of those shafts. And Barry Woods did that back in Pittsburgh at Three Rivers back there. And the boat stopped. Barry went through the bottom of the boat. It was a Molinary, and he went right through the bottom. I had the boat for a while, and I told Rick Adams I wouldn't fix it, but part of the innovation that's gone into some of this. So 2.5 stock on the water right now. All right, the 138. That'll be a white boat. Good fun and good times. Sean Warren, the driver. Travis Olsh, or owner, Travis Olsh, your driver. All right? S1, red boat. And I'm not seeing them out there right now. Well, then we got it backwards again. That's my fault. 2.5 mod. 2.5 mod. Get it right, Jim. Gunner O'Farrell. In the Hellion. That is the Crazy Eights. Jade Deathridge. Or, excuse me, Les Deathridge. Taking it quite easy there. The A90 would be Sidewinder. A1 is Bartels Racing. That's Marissa Bartels. And Marissa has a brand new engine in there. Don't know that they're going to go that hard at it. And that's the A225 Hydrochondriac Racing, Justin Burnett, owner-driver out of Spokane, Washington. The A37, that is a new boat to us here. That is Charles McDonald out of Pasco, Washington, and he is a rookie. It's great to have another new boat in the region. See, it looks like Gunnar O'Farrell coming across the course right now. Be fun to have Gunnar running against future sister-in-law. Well, depending on how that goes, looks like we had two that may have jumped. All right, well, looks like Gunner's got an issue, so he's headed for the pits. Well, Dad's going to be a little surprised. They weren't sure how hard they were going to push, but Marissa's out there running it. And if my viewpoint from here, looking between the start-finish line and the clock, is correct, The leader right now is Les Dethridge in the 8. Good boat ride for both of them right now. Marissa and Les. Mr. Burnett. And obviously, Gunner must have known something when he did what he did out there. Okay, and it looks like we got the A37 is sitting in the turn down there, got the capsule lid open. So that means they're done. Marissa Les, third in this right now is Justin Burdett. Up. Just lost Marissa. Well, they'll be busy after this. That tends to sort things out a little bit. Justin making a lot of strides with the Honda engine. I think he's the first to actually run it in one of the competition boats here. All right. Les hits the start-finish lines and shuts it down. Says, I'm going back to the pits. I got a heat win. I'm going to be happy with that. All right, the A37 fired long enough to, well, turned on the propeller long enough on the starter to get out of the way. Justin Burnett. Hydrochondriac Racing out of Spokane, Washington. 12 tribes sponsoring that boat. Just another thank you to everybody that's here today, whether you're a spectator, whether you're here volunteering, whether you're here running. It's great to have everybody together. Look forward to a lot more to come here in the near future. Again, we're at 12:30 right now, so we're getting there. We're getting there. If you're interested in being a part of this, come and find one of the officials here. We'll get you in touch with those that you need to talk to be a part of this, because we always love new people coming on board and enjoying the sport that we love. So I hear the A37 trying to run over there. Not sure if that's going to make it or not, but they're trying. That don't sound real good. If they can get it off the water, that would be great. If not, well, nope. Okay. Got to make a decision and get a patrol boat going there to get it taken care of. Well, our sports seas have turned, and it looks like they're ready to go back. I'm guessing that's the plan. Don't have that as basically back-to-back, but actually they did. Excuse me. They're trying to get them loaded. One of the things that comes into play with the boats when we're doing this is the crane gets bogged down. Depending on the venue you're at, there's only so much dock space, and you have have to be very careful on how you do it all. But when you have the ramp launchers, and that's not a derogatory comment at all, you supplement crane launchers with the others so that you make the best use of your water time. And we only have so long during the day to do it, as our medical crew that's here on standby on shore has only so many hours they can be here. We can sometimes push that, but not by a lot. So all right. Well, I'm guessing we got AX Hydro would be up next, then Vintage Small, E350, Crackers, and Vintage. And that will finish out the first part of our day. And we got to get serious about things. We don't have the number of outboards going this afternoon, so that won't be something that we gotta deal with. And we got, looks like one of our patrol boats is getting towed back over too. So not quite sure what all we got going on, but either that or the boat in back is pushing the other one backwards with a rope. I know, it's a joke. It's a joke. Great to have you all here. Hope you're enjoying your day. Doesn't feel that bad either yet. Let's hope it doesn't get to 100 today. We can do without 100, right? I'm not going to complain if we get there. Yeah. No, I'm not bitching. I love doing this. All right, if there's any of you in the pits with an empty fuel jug, we need to get fuel and get it in the patrol boat. We have an issue with that patrol boat, and we will be waiting until it's back on the water. So if you've got it, please check with them down at the dock down there. Let's get that taken care of so we can get them back on the water. Yeah, empty cans so they can get more for later. We really need it, and we appreciate it. And I will thank you right now. just doing a little visiting down here and talking about radio in the area here and some other things. Hopefully we're getting our, I see a fuel jug down there, so I think they're getting that taken care of. I got a call from Sean Kelson, and they were getting another empty jug, so I think we're going to get our fuel situation taken care of, but we got to get that done. We'll get back on the course. We want to get on with our racing. Bill Strain has walked over here. He's talking with someone else right now, one of the folks from Chelan. And hopefully when he's done, he's going to give me an update on his boat, and we'll keep you apprised of that. I'm going to jump off for just a second here. I'm going to grab some water, and I will be back with Bill in just a minute. 117 coming out right now. Going to play dodge 'em with our patrol boats. Down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Well, sounds like we have a third boat coming. We have our rescue is running again. That is good to see. 122R. Well, thank you to whoever stepped up and helped with the gas situation and got that taken care of, and we're back at it. Like I say, we don't do this without our patrol, without our rescue. And we really appreciate everything they do for us. One of the nice things here is we're not having to run generators for the clock and our PA and everything. It makes life a whole lot easier. You run a lot of cord, but we're not having to worry about the generators there. It does become a bit of a challenge at times. Well, we got 3 back out there. And 117 going around, cutting the course towards the north end, upriver end of the course. Down to 30 seconds to your start. Good start. You see the way the boats, if you're paying attention, you watch the boat on the inside, the 117, you see him kind of scooting around, and what he's doing is he's throwing his behind around in the boat, trying to get it to go a different direction, help it to steer, and he was actually in a little bit, and he turned it so it would go out slightly. Do that by shifting your weight. It helps to turn. You can lean forward, aft, trying to get the boat on a plane, or to loosen it up a little bit once it's on plane. Normally you're leaning over the bow of the boat or up over the nose trying to get it to get on plane, so it'll rock over and get that little bubble that holds it right there. And then it's a matter of balancing after that to keep it from getting too high or too tight. And you can see this front runner here right now. Nice, beautiful run. We are being blessed right now with the weather conditions we have. I know we got the 117 and the 122 out there. I'm going to try and figure out what this other one is. I'm just not seeing a good number for that at all. I'm not sure. I'll check here after our heat on that, but my apologies for that. Have enjoyed talking to a lot of the local residents over here, and Bob was by here a little bit ago, and he goes, "Hey, I heard you on the radio this morning." Yeah, I called in and was doing Second Cup with wingnut, and shared some information with him that he didn't know. They have a new owner at Cozy Radio. Well, 122 is either Brody or Colby Wyatt. 117 should be Ozzie Cassidy, and I can't give you that other number because I can't make it out. And as I said, I do want to go down. I'm going to check with our score just to see who that was. And I will get that for you here in a moment. As soon as this heat is over. Checkered flag is out for the first place boat. The others are just kind of taking it easy out there. That was undoubtedly Harper in the first place boat. I will check that for you. And then probably Brody and Ozzie. I will double check as we get all our boats heading back to the pits. I will shut the mic off for a minute. I'll go check on that and be right back to you.
All right. We are down to 2 minutes and 52 seconds. You have 6 small vintage, or what we call small vintage. And some aren't all that small. Boat that's going by right now, that is Dan Surface. That is a CE1. Dan's out of Albion, Washington. That is a John Stoddicker 280 hull. Jeff Snyder in the E1, Calypso. Boat that his dad drove to the National High Point Championship. 66 on the outside. Josh Hayes, JB and Water. Inside, Ron Magnuson in the Gangrene, the S20. Randy Christensen and the Water Scamp, the E26. And the only boat really having an issue right now is over in the back stretch, and that is the 29. That is a Ruby 2. That is Randy Slinker. That is the first time that boat has been in the water for an event. And he's obviously got an issue with getting it up on plane. I don't know what's going on, but that is a Lloyd hull, and it is a replica. It's a boat that I built all the frames for that boat when I was doing another restoration, and he's got it hot now, so it's parked. And he brought a boat to me. He brought another Charlie Lloyd hull to me from Boise, Idaho, and I gave him those frames. He put it together. He's had some misfortune so far, and obviously it's not doing what he needs right now. It's not getting up on plane, so got to figure out, I think probably propeller is the issue. But he's also got a cracker box, so he'll be back for Soap Lake with both the cracker box and this boat if everything goes well. Got a real wide variety out here of boats. Conventionals, cab-overs. You got a Lloyd's, you got a Carolson, or a Kelson, a Carolson as well. You got two Kelsons, Stoddicker, a Suey. We got them all. Cover the spectrum. We don't have any Jones boats. We got to work on that. Well, unfortunately, they didn't get lined up very well. Here comes Reverend Randy Christensen in the Water Scamp. Boat that Steve Kramer had for a long time. Ran until he had health issues, and Jody sold that boat after Steve's passing a number of years ago, and they've been playing with it ever since. All right, on the inside, Gangrene, Ron Magnuson. That is a Don Kelson hull. On the outside, Jeff Snyder, Calypso 2, and Ed Carolson hull, what they call a bent bullet. That is the JB and Water, another Kelson hull. Josh Hayes driving, Gordy Coley owner. Pretty sure that's Dan Surface in the CE1. If it is, he's not running like he... Not quite sure what's going on there, but you see the Gangrene and the Calypso running close together, and Josh is getting closer to him.
gets a little more, he just needs to be a little more adventuresome and put his foot in it, because he can run with them all day. Josh is getting beat up pretty good back there in that slop. That's not where you want to be in these things. Just a tad more, every penny. Boat went by a number of names, number of very, I don't want to say famous, very successful drivers. Frank Richardson, for one, drove that boat. Tom Morgan, another driver of that boat back in the day when it was racing, and actually had a capsule when it came to me. I had the boat, started on it, and then went different directions, and it sold a couple times, and Dan Surface finally got it. They put it together. Randy Christensen in that beautiful water scamp. One more lap for them. You see how rough it is for the conventionals out there. They don't like that water. They don't run well in that water. All right, there goes Josh. He said, enough's enough. I'll show you how to run. That boat has, Dan Surface did a beautiful job restoring that. He just helped John Teets out of Worley, Idaho with his little 145. They got that running. Nice run by Josh Hayes. You see him get his hand up. That is the signal. That is the signal. Jeff Snyder getting his up. Ron Magnuson getting his hand up. All right, here comes the Reverend Randy Christensen. Nice run for him. And if you're at all interested, if you would like to come to chapel tomorrow morning, 7:30 in the gazebo just south of the pits. Non-denominational, everybody is welcome. Randy always, he does not have a sermon. That is the thing about Randy. He's not here to be doing a sermon for you, but he'll bring a thought to the table. He has some scripture, we talk. It gives you a great opportunity to share your faith. Ask a question if you want. Hey, almost every time we learn something. So, very thankful for that. But that's at 7:30 tomorrow morning in the gazebos just south of the inboard pits. And like I say, everybody is welcome. Again, a reminder, this afternoon, don't go there. Don't go there. Make a right. Make a right. Okay. One of the things I'm just seeing something that we need to talk about, and not so much for everybody out here because they should all know it, but for you on the shore. We don't go into DMZ. That's that area from the buoy this side of where that boat was on around to the exit pin where he made the left turn over there. We stay out of there. That's not our place to be. If there were boats in there, I'd been real excited about it. Not as concerned at this point, but not pleased. So we'll keep that in mind. And I know they'll be talking down there. I'm sure Aaron will be the first one to him, and then Sean, and hopefully we don't need to have the referee talking to him about it. Because I'm sure Jim or Chaz have already called him. We don't go there. We just do not go there. We see Randy Slinker out of Enterprise, Oregon, heading back to the dock. We'll find out what's going on there. Hopefully it's maybe just the wrong propeller. He's been trying some different wheels and still not satisfied with what he was finding. He did get the boat up, and he told me it ran pretty good the other day. Tracked real straight, went pretty good in a straight line, but he's got to learn how to turn it. And one of the things about conventional hydros is when they raced them and they ran them hard, you drove them like a dirt track car, a sprint car. You go into the turn, you back off, you set the boat, and then you give it throttle, and you have to sit there and stab and steer. And it sounds a little funny, but if you do it, you'll understand. The concept is you turn to the right, you give it fuel, and it starts to come around a little bit, and you give it left, and you just keep that up right on through the turn. And that's the only way they turn, at least fast. You can go out there and, plow around, and it's not a problem. You'll go through the turn. But if you want to get up to speed, which is not race speed, but speed, and enjoy what these should feel like, that's what you got to do. Is you got to get it up on top, and you have to drive it a little bit like that. And even myself, not a bunch of experience in inboards, but I have driven a couple in the past, mainly testing. You forget, and it is like driving a dirt track car. And so I went the first turn, and the next thing I knew, the back end's coming around. I went, oh, that's right. You got to pay attention, and hopefully everybody goes back, and we'll have lunch. I'm going to get a chance. I'll talk with my son, and hopefully the group gets together. I want to see them group up better next time. And it is hard with the different sizes of boats. When we run the way we want, when we have a full complement, we would run normally 4 heats, and it's actually going to get at some point to 5 heats a day, or 5 flights in each go-round. You have the small boats, which are like Gangrene, and other boats of that size. They're 145, they're the 98s, they're the small boats, the 48s, they're very small. Then you have the conventional mid-sized boats, which are like the Calypso, Water Scamp, and others of that size. And then you have the mid-sized cabovers, which you had out there, which are the 280, 2 1/4, 5-liter size, smaller 5-liter, the old stock 5s. Then you have the big boats. And with the way the big boats are going, we are going to have probably 2 divisions of that, one for conventionals, one for cabovers. Cabovers turn a whole lot better than the conventionals. The conventionals will go in a straight line like there's no tomorrow, but not so good at turning. All right. That is the 46E. The 117. And I will actually be able to tell you who's out there now. 46E is Ryder Burks. 117 is Ozzie Cassidy. 122, that's going to be Brody Wyant. And if memory serves me correct, Brody's in the lead nationally in points. And I think he's somewhat taking it easy, trying to collect points so that he doesn't lose ground. He had an accident and had to sit out a little bit. And I know there's a lot of discussion with Mom and Dad about whether he was going to run. I'm pretty sure that was Brody and not Colby. But Thomas, thank you for all your help. As you saw earlier, that's a fast boat. He didn't push it. You saw some of the others go a lot harder, and that's fine. That's what they're out there for. They're out there to race. And, sometimes you cool your jets a little bit, and you be smart about things. You need to, the term live to race another day, it sounds maybe morbid, but it doesn't necessarily mean the individual. It could mean the engine. And as I was talking a little while ago, Bill Strain came over, and gave me an explanation of what's going on. Cannon, good to see you. Good luck the rest of the weekend, buddy. The boat shut off. It was very, very lean. They pulled all the plugs out. It got down. They had a temp on the engine of 145. He turned it over with the starter, very sluggish. Really didn't want to turn, but it did turn over. He has made a decision. He is parking it for the weekend. Going to go back, and when they get home, they'll take a look at it. And as I was talking to him, hoping that it's not severe, because we'd love to have him at Moses Lake the end of the year, a month from now for a vintage-only event, because those flat bottoms are all that old, just like our cracker boxes. All right, here they come. Looks like Haley out front, Brody outside. Ryder Burks in lane 2, and then Ozzy in lane 1. All right, they go through the turn there, get ready to go up the back chute. And it looks like Harper out front. All right. Sort it out as they come by us here. On the outside looks like Haley. Inside in the 46. Ryder Burke, 117. Ozzy Cassidy, and the 122. Mr. Brody Wyant. Good to see you folks today. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. Good. That never hurts. It's worth doing them. If you enjoy it, then we're loving it. Always nice to come here east of the Cascades. They welcome us. They even like us. They don't go, oh, boat racers. No, go away. That's what they do at home. I've got neighbors whenever we fire up a boat, and I don't live that. We're in 5-acre parcels there, and I still get calls. And we never do it after dark or anything. We do it during the day. My cousin lived next door for a long time. She used to call up and bitch all the time about it. And I said, yeah, time to get over it, Bev. Forget it. We're going to run the boats when we need to. All right. Harper's out front. Ryder in second. Ozzy in third. And Brody, fourth place. Like I say, if I'm not mistaken, he's just trying to keep his foothold on the lead in the points and not pushing the boat at all. And there's a lot that goes into that. You can get a high point, Hall of Champions, all of those things if you can do the things that need to be done, and he's in a position to do that. So hopefully that's what we're about. I will double check with Dan or Lisa when I get a chance. But after this, we should have E350s or 2.5 stock, and then E350 crackers in the large vintage, and then we will have our lunch break or midday break, however you want to look at it. See them come through the north turn up there. And this is good racing here. We got the two out front, and they're going for it. It looks like Ryder Brooks is taking over. All right. Your winner, Ryder Brooks, second. Haley, third. Ozzy, fourth. Brody Wyant. Nice run by these young folks. And the neat thing is, if what Dan told me earlier is true about this, then somebody's using their head out there, and they were worried about his head, but it means he's paying attention and he's listening and thinking, and those are always good things. So good to see that. All right, everybody making a U-turn and headed for the pits. It's so funny to see these some of them little folks, because they're not very big yet, out there running. K-Pro, I think you have to be more than 9, don't you? 11? Yeah, 11 or 12. So, the kids start out in the J program, and then they move along and mature, get driving experience, and they can move up into other classes. Same boat, same engine, just they don't have restrictor plates and so on. And there's a whole lot of other stuff to run, and pretty soon they'll be out there driving who knows what. They'll be just taking stuff and driving it. Yeah, not junior, they'll be in the pro, but they'll move on and probably move into some other stuff at that point as well. Do like Carson's doing and stepping into other stuff. The same with Katie Brown and a whole number of them, which is fun. We are at 4:04, 4 minutes. Should be our 2.5 stocks. How are you? All right. We got fans everywhere. That sounds good anyway. Make myself feel good. Beautiful day in Pateros, Washington. Okay. This last race was good. This is going to get a whole lot more serious. All right. I screwed it up last time. It's right this time. The red boat. BS1. Kyle Davenport, Cashmere, Washington. The 8 up in the far turn. That is Jade Deathridge. Les drove in the modified. She's driving in the stock. The yellow boat. The S12. Monkey Business. J. Michael Kelly. Jason Ellard, the owner. And I want to get the number right here. The 138, that is the other boat out there. That is Travis Olsch in the Fun and Good Times boat. Sean and Stacy Warren, the owners. I'm going to try and get Sean up here either this afternoon or tomorrow to talk for a minute. Oh, J. Michael. Not quite sure what we got going there. Okay, something was going on. Close the lid, and he's back on it. All right. Crazy 8 going by right now. That is a Ron Jones hole. I have to take a look. That's the 138 right now coming across. That is a Bert Henderson. I know that the Monkey Business and the one are both Henderson hulls. Hendersons are light, wide, very fast on short courses. Well, obviously Joe Michael's got something going on. Made a decision to go ahead and get in front of everybody and headed down here to the back towards the pits. Not sure what, but something. Something's not right. All right, here they come. A little bit early. Well, Travis, I don't think there's any question Travis is over. But we'll wait to hear how that pans out. That's one of the issues I have right now. I don't have a radio, so I'm not getting what the referees are calling. And I'm not close enough to hear them, so I'll have to check after the end of the heat. Travis leading the way around. Kyle Davenport second right now on the water. Jay Dethridge in third. Sean Warren and his crew fixed that boat. Took a while. Like he said, I know Dave Lem was involved in that at one point. Fixed it at least a couple of times. They weren't happy with the way it went back together. They redid it a couple of times. You hear him up on the rev limiter there going into the turn. That's how you have to run them. They're right on the verge all the time. I don't know if Kyle's got any more than that. That boat is very, very fast. And we know that the 138 with Travis in it is extremely fast as well. And that's a shame that Jay Michael wasn't able to run, because that is just a show on its own to see those boats run together. The two boats up front are running 2300 Fords. The other boat is running an Ecotech engine. And Conrad Malmo spent a lot of time getting that approved for racing. And Jade and Les share seat time, and they program it differently for each of the two classes to be legal. All right, winner on the water right now, Travis Oles second. Kyle Davenport third. Jay Dethridge. Now, I'll go check and see what the referees say. If we had a disqualification, or not a disqualification, but a 1 minute penalty, I will be back shortly. I want to find that out for you. And once that is done, we should be going to our E350 Zen Cracker Box and large vintage. I'll be right back with you. Okay, well, I'm glad I went and checked. Real discrepancy in what I can see here, and I'm fairly close to the line, trying to watch the line, watch the boats at the line, and to see the clock down here. And you look, you take your eyes and twist them around, you can kind of do it. But the only one that jumped would have been J. Michael, and he knew what he was doing. He was going to the pits. Okay.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0. AX Hydro, fire and go.
All right, you heard it from the referee, AX Hydro. That is a 122R. I think the other one is the 119. Old eyes, little numbers. That's Ryder Burks right now trying to get his hydro on plane. AX Hydro. As she goes over. You don't even have to look sometimes, you know. If you've been around it at all, you know as soon as that sound that it's tipped over and it's on plane. Down to 10 seconds. All right. Good shape there on our start. No problem. Ryder's going to be playing catch up here. All right. Ryder Burks in the 25. Colby Wyatt in the 122R. And the 119 should be Mackay Cassidy. Steve Andrews. Steve Andrews, your wife is looking for you. It's about time for our lunch break, so I know what that's about. Well, we got them strung out a little bit on their final lap right now. Ryder Burke's in third place, coming around to start his final lap of 3. All right. Out front, all by his lonesome. Should be the 122R. Colby Wyatt. Nice run for that young man. In the 119R. Mackay Cassidy. Nice job by these young folks. And your third place finisher in a 25R, Ryder Burks. Nice young man. I get around him. He doesn't have a lot to say normally, but just a very nice young man. And we will try at some point. The kids, after, when I say kids, that is not a derogatory, and I know some people think it can be. Our young drivers, these youth drivers that are out here, are great young ambassadors. I will try and get some of them down here. We'll talk with them a little bit if we can, either today or tomorrow. But after their heats are done now, they will be done for the day. They'll get 2 heats in each class, and then they will be done. So this afternoon when we come back, we're going to run 1 liter, 2.5 stock, 1.5 stock, Sport C, 2.5 mods, vintage small, SE, E350, cracker box, and vintage large. So we cut down a number of heats this afternoon in the second go round. We got to get our heats in, get our all right, I'm listening as they're trying to organize, and got a bottleneck with the crane, which is not unusual, but that's why we intersperse the other classes in there, because it helps to take up that lag time. So, and I'm just going to make mention of it. I don't know if he's here, but if Daryl Strong is in the pits, Daryl Strong, if you are in the pits or one of your associates down there, love to have you come down sometime this afternoon or tomorrow and spend a couple minutes, and we'll talk about Strong Family's involvement with the inboard hydros, and also just to talk about the future for where H1's headed. Love to share some things with the people if we can, and just enlighten everybody. So do what we can. So Daryl Strong, if you're anywhere down there, I would love to speak with you, my friend. All right, good start. Good start. And if I'm not mistaken, Ryder is in first this time. So we'll see how this goes. You see Ryder make an arc as he went through, at least the boat on the inside, and I will stay with Ryder until I find out differently as they come around. But he kept that true arc, and the boat in the second lane flatlined a little bit through there and then made the turn at the second buoy and picked up a little ground and now is just checked out on everybody. But we'll when they come around, I'll be able to tell you again for sure who we got. I apologize for that. We had some folks over here visiting and folks that we see every year when we are over in this part. We'll see them again when we get to Brewster in a few weeks. One of my fans literally knocked my socks off when she came up the first time and told me she was a fan. I thought, no, there is no such thing. But really cool lady, and she and her husband come to a lot of the boat races here. All right. So, we have the 122 out front, Kobe Ryan. Second, Mackay Cassidy. Third, Ryder Burks. And I was correct. That was Ryder on the inside. Just doesn't quite have the speed at this point, but made a good start. And you can develop speed, and you can develop other parts of your driving. If you can't start, you're always behind the 8-ball. And Ryder showed right there he makes good starts, and that's what we want. And so that's a good thing, without question. All right. And the lap 2, one more to go. Kobe Wyant showing him the way around the race course. Mackay Cassidy, 119 in second place. And Ryder Burks. Just not quite the speed he needs right now. Not sure what that is, but I'm sure they're working on it. And I want to say good afternoon to my good friend Eric Erickson. Came up from George, Washington. I know where that place is. I've been there before. In fact, we were by there the other day. If I had thought you were around, we might have stopped. We went to Moses Lake last Sunday. So, and just so you know, in all, oh yeah, we got some debris down here in front of the pits on the north side of us. You can see a log floating out here. There might be a second piece there too. But Eric is one of the sponsors for our Moses Lake Vintage Only event next month on the 20th, 21st, I think it is. And I want to thank him for that. It's not too late if you'd like to be a sponsor of our event. It is a 501c3 as the club. They have that designation, so it is a tax write-off, which, if you're a business, does help. But everything helps. We appreciate this. This is a racer. This is the guy that really loves race boats. I think we met at Soap Lake the first time, if I remember right, way back when. And you and I have been talking and visiting ever since. He sends me pictures periodically of stuff for sale. And I always send back stuff like, have you bought it yet? So one of these days you got to do something.
I will.
He keeps saying that, but he doesn't do it. Bring me the other boat. That one hanging in the loft, bring it to me. I'll fix it.
Mistake.
Well, it might be a mistake, but it's the right mistake to do. No, we need to do that boat. That would be fun to have. One of these days we're going to get him into a boat for a lap or two just to see what it's like. You've also got a whole bunch of outboard engines, unless you got rid of them. No. 250 outboard engines that he owns, or motors, depending on how you look at it. He has that 280 hydro. He also has, I think, a Carlson Kneeler, if I'm not mistaken. And so, this guy is into it, and that's cool. So we're gonna when we get to Moses Lake, I'm gonna make sure that I get him to sit down for a while. We'll get him on a mic, and we will talk about what's going on and his thinking on boats and all the rest. But like I said, Eric is one of those sponsors. I called him, and I've known him for quite some time, and it took I don't think we were on the phone more than 5 minutes, and he agreed to it. And it started the ball rolling, and now we've got a number of people that have come on board. And it's important, just like here in Pateros, and we will talk about our sponsors here again before we're done a number of times today. Hopefully I can bore you with their names and things. We can't do this without them. It's expensive to do. Just the sanction insurance runs a lot of money. We have costs for everything that we do, hotel rooms to put people in that are actually doing the business of the event. We have a stipend that goes to our on the water folks. All of those things come into play. Sometimes we have permits for the specific sites. A lot of times that's taken care of by the municipalities, but if they're not, we got to take care of that. It all adds up. It's a fair amount, and it's not to complain. It's just a statement of fact, so that if somebody does ask you, you know why. We would appreciate your help, and if you enjoy these things, we'd love to have you involved as a sponsor, or come and volunteer. We'd love to bring you on board and be part of our family. We have a lot of fun and do some great racing, and as time goes on, we're going to be able to give back more and more to the communities that we're in. And as I said earlier, when we come to town, we bring a minimum of about $100,000 in revenue for the town, and the taxes equate out of that, and it's a good chunk. So, like we were talking about Moses Lake, and one of the things I stressed with the folks running the event, when we leave town and leave that site, we don't want any garbage anywhere. It needs to be spotless. And if you do that, people don't mind having you there. So we will keep working on that. I'm going to take a break for a second here. We're picking up some debris on the course down here by turn 2, the exit of turn 2. I'm going to talk with my buddy Eric here, and I will be back with you momentarily. dear friend Eric Erickson came up this morning from George and going to go look at a few more boats. He's been here for a couple hours. He's going to go look at some of the boats towards the north of us here upriver. Looking at SEs right now and going to move up. Got to go back down to take care of the farm. They got a farm down there and in George, and everybody else in the family's gone, so he's got to go take care of water and such. So great to have him here. Everybody that's here. I know Tom's off to my right here, I was told. Caprice was here. We got everybody here, right? So thank you all for being here this weekend. Hope you're enjoying the show. I know we've got boats just about ready to go on the water. And as soon as I hear that, we will get you a countdown. And have some more competition out there. Yeah, just getting the last of the junk out of the water down there. The thing about it, you don't really think too much about. You see a little bit of something floating along. Well, doesn't take much. I know back in the 50s with the Unlimiteds, they'd see a pop bottle or something in the water, can, whatever. Next thing you know, boats are sinking. They used to poke holes in them all the time. And I could not, for the life of me, figure out why. I still am not quite sure. But the slightest little stuff would put a hole and sink the boats. And all right. We will not be long. Just waiting for our patrol boat to finish their perusal there. Just waiting to hear that they got everything picked up and see everybody back into position. And beautiful day here in Pateros, and thank you all for being here. Well, we have a moment of quiet. I want to say thanks again to our sponsors, starting with Daryl and Vanessa Strong Racing, a huge part of our community and prime sponsor for this event. Brewster Marketplace, Eisenhart Excavating here in town, Fast Signs out of Federal Way, Washington, Cody's Noon Saloon. You want some food and adult beverage after the races for the adult beverage. Cody's is the place to go. Lake Pateros Motor Inn, Brewster Vehicle and Boat Licensing, Chris Kenner Racing, Axel Net, KB Marine, and PNBRA.
3, 2, 1, mark.
All right, here comes your green flag is on the course at 3 minutes and 52 seconds. That sound is E350 Hydros. Looks like Dad's picking them up and putting them down, Taylor. E3. That is JJW Racing, Weymouth Family Racing,
that is, boy, there I just lost my place on the sheet. That is Justin Weymouth, the owner, and Kip Brown is the driver. That's why I said to Taylor that Dad's picking him up and putting him down. The E46 just went by. That is the Miss Galaxy. That is Rochelle Hill out of Burlington, Washington. The E62 Quantum Leap, John Bosserman, Michael Jarvis driving. Wolverine. Wolverine is going by right now. That is the E8. That is Alex Manga. And he's out of Clare, Michigan, out here with his team, which includes that veteran guy, Billy Noonan. Great to have them back out here. They were here for Black Lake a few weeks ago. They're back today. And the E57, which is the Cheetah. And I got to just double check and make sure that Cheetah's out there. Thank you, Steve. Looks like, I'm guessing that is the 62 sitting in the water down there just outside of turn 2, or turn 1. Kip Brown, Alex Manga, Rochelle Hill. And that is most likely the Cheetah. Now, they cannot change lanes in turn 2, but they establish their lane at the exit of the turn. And they have to hold that through turn 1. And we're down to 34 seconds. 30 seconds right now. All right, they'll start picking it up a little bit. It doesn't take them very long to get around this course at all. See, here the Cheetah in the, I think that's Cheetah at the back there, just picking it up a little bit. Chris Bertrand, the driver of the Cheetah. There he goes. Kip Brown on it. All right, we should be in pretty good shape here. All right, good start. Well, Kip Brown had his way going into the turn there. Pulled off a nice lead. Alex Mangan second. Chris Bertram in third in the Cheetah. And Rochelle Hill closing ground. Now, I know Rochelle is trying a little something different with carburation this week. Or I shouldn't say Rochelle. John Bosserman was. But Rochelle... It's always good when you figure out to shut up and let the boats do the talking. Rochelle is the one that got the E3 or the 5.3 LS approved for competition, and that is a bone stock engine out of a vehicle. They changed the pan, they changed the electronics on it because the electronics off a car won't work. All right, Kip Brown, nice run. Well, it never fails. When I say something nice about her, the boat breaks. Rochelle is down in the water in the back chute. John Bosserman's boat is sitting down here in turn 1. So, nope, Rochelle's fired again. Not sure what happened. But Kip Brown just pulling away and showing him the course. One lap to go. Weymouth Family Racing. Alex Manga in the 8. And Chris Bertram in the 57. All right. Well, obviously, Rochelle's got something going on. Got it up and got it going and making her way back to the pits right now.
And I'm sure if it's running, that discretion is a better part of valor. All right. In turn 2, coming down to make their finish. On his way right now. Going to get his first seat in. Get a win, headed for that region trophy. Kip Brown in the 3. Alex Manga in the 8. And Chris Bertram in the Cheetah 57. Well, folks, that's a good run. Kip had that start nailed, and he took him right to the finish line with it. So way to start and finish the project. Alex Manga with a nice run. Well, that's going to feel good for Kip. Justin's not going to be unhappy with that. First step in having a region title this year, and without a question, that's probably the fastest, or one of the 2 fastest E350s in the country, without question, and it ran. You get a chance to talk with Alex and his crew, with our good friend Billy Noonan down there. Please do. They're great people. This is the second time that they have been out here this year. Came out for the Nationals. Now they're back, and have nothing but nice things to say about the places we race and the people that race out here. So you would enjoy meeting them. They're great people. Love having him here. Love giving Billy a bad time. I've known Billy for a whole lot of years, and in leadership for vintage and historic, and other areas as well. Family involved for many years in boat racing, probably at least as long as I've been involved, and just great people. So glad to have them here. Nice run for Kip Brown. Rochelle was looking really good there. That 5.3 is making horsepower and starting to do the job that they've wanted to see. And I know that the work Steve Andrew and the folks over at the Hot Rod Company, I think it is, in Spokane, the engine that they did, that kind of set a tone, and I hope people have paid attention to it. You don't have to have just a standard small block. Those LS engines work really well. They're almost bulletproof, not quite, but almost. And they do a great job. Got a lot of torque, which the small blocks don't have. I think it's about 85 foot-pounds of torque more than a small block 350 has. And that's comparing it to a 6-liter. So it's they're fairly comparable in size, pretty close, and hopefully down the road here we'll get some more of the LSs out and be able to get them on a parity with the 350s. I do know one thing: it's a whole lot cheaper to do the LS than it is the 350, and that's a selling point. And it may even come down to a point where you have 2 classes for it, like we have at different times for other types of or other classes, or like Division 1 and Division 2 7-liter. Maybe we have a stock and we have mod 350s, and put LSs in one, totally nothing but LS. Junkyard motors. If you can go buy a junkyard motor for $1,800, change the electronics and put a pan on it, that'd be a real nice deal to do, and cost effective. So we'll see what happens. Great to have you all here. We've got crackers and large vintage. We will have our break at that point. And I'm not quite sure, I haven't heard how long we'll be, but we'll have our break, and then we'll be back, and we've got a full afternoon to get in and crown our Western Divisional champions. And after they run, then they will get their inspections, the top 2 or 3. And I think there's only one class, and that's 350 that has a teardown this time. And so that'll all get done in due course, and we'll get ready for tomorrow. And we'll do the same thing again tomorrow. Drivers' meeting is at 8 o'clock. 7:30 tomorrow morning is boat church, if you'd like, in the picnic area just south of the inboard pits there. Again, let's talk about our sponsors. Strong Racing, Daryl and Vanessa, our prime sponsor this weekend. Cannot thank them enough for all they do for all of racing, from us right on up through H1. Brewster Marketplace, Eisenhart Excavating, Fast Signs Federal Way. These folks have done some great work for us. Cody's Noodle Saloon, great place to have lunch now. Going to have an adult beverage there later if you're a racer, after we're done. Have to throw that in. Lake Pateros Motor Inn, place where we all stay here. They always, the gal remembered me this year when I went to check in. She knew my name. About fell over. So that's cool. You got Brewster Vehicle and Boat Licensing. Chris Kenner Racing Specialties. Axel Net Racing, that's Wyatt family. And they were instrumental in helping with getting our trophies. And I have not seen them, but I hear they are really cool. So we'll find out on that later. KB Marine, Mr. Kip Brown, PNBRA, the conducting club, the sponsoring club. So glad you're all here. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. We're just about ready to go racing again. All right.
Three, two, one, mark. 4-minute gun. Cracker box.
All right. And it's actually not a gun. And Jim's old school, Jim Codling, our head referee this week. That's what we had it. We had a gun back in the day. All right. The P41, the Quacker. That's Mark Mead and Russell Mead out of Astoria, Oregon. You saw Mark driving earlier. Russell's driving this time. The P20, that's Todd Cragen out of Kirkland, Washington. California girls. Some guy out of Tacoma. Mark Curtis. Philip is his rider. Great guys. Put on a great show. Mark Curtis. California girls. That is Quacker. Todd Cragen in the 20. All right, Large Vintage is up next. Hopefully we got everybody that can is out there. I don't think that the copycat's going to run, but they may have changed their mind on that. Got a number of issues, and probably the biggest is balance and propeller. So Mark Curtis coming around here, cutting the course, checking up. All right, here comes Quacker. Todd Cragen coming across now. Going to cut the course and try and get in a better position as far as the start for the race. these are race motors. These things aren't made to sit and idle along. They don't like that. They load up. They do funny things. They like to be driven hard. And all three of these gentlemen will do that when they get ready. All right. 1 minute. And if you're wondering about the flags, when they call a countdown, it goes green. It is green until 1 minute. It goes white. When the heat starts, when they cross the start-finish line, when the clock goes to 0, it goes back to green. When they have run their either first 2 laps or 3 laps, depending on inboard or outboard, you will get a white flag again. That means 1 to go. When they cross the finish line, they get a checkered flag. And normally right after that, there will be a black flag that starts to be displayed, which means return to the pits as soon as reasonable and under reduced speed after your heat is over. If you see a red flag, that means stop. If you see just a black flag, that means go to the pits. Mark Curtis. Russell Meade, Todd Cragen. I talked to Todd earlier today. He said he's going to go out and have fun. He's not out here to set records, win championships, or anything else, just to have fun. I think he said it was the early 2000s. He won a national championship, got in the Hall of Champions. Cost him about $75,000 for the year. Said, I've done that. I've been there. Don't need to do it again. So he's out having fun. All right, Mark's waiting for him. Here they go. That's what you call a show, because they'll all go faster. They're using a little common sense, having some fun. I'm sure Mark has everybody covered if he decides to. I love the cat and mouse. It's great. Mark Curtis, Todd Cragen, Russell Meade. Yeah, they got a little bit of roller there. That just gets your attention. All right, here comes Mark again. You see what I mean? Todd's out there having fun with the 20. Mark's probably looking for that Western Divisionals. I been asked a number of times, would you go for a ride in a Cracker Box? And absolutely not. Would you drive one? I'd think about it, but probably not. And they want to know why I wouldn't go for a ride. Well, we don't need two idiots out there together. Because the guy driving is usually smarter than I am, then. And that's never a good thing. But you got to, I always tell them, you got to have a little bit of a screw loose to ride with somebody that'll drive one of those. I love watching them, but I'm not riding in them. Here they come. All right. That's what makes the Cracker Boxes fun. They go every which way, preferably not upside down. You can only imagine a field of 6 or 8 of those out there. Total lunacy, total fun, mayhem, all rolled into one. Just a great thing to watch. So, nice job out there. Like I said, I know Russell and Mark Mead, they're just really learning. They got that boat and they've been running it this year. Craigens haven't been out a lot, and like Todd said, I'm out to have fun. Trying to get them in contact with the guy that's got a 5-liter that their dad was involved with many years ago. Hopefully we can do that one of these days. Mark Curtis, consummate racer, gonna go out, put his foot in it, go full tilt boogie. Gonna come down here and make the hard right as he goes into the pits. Just motion to Russell for something. Russell's trailer must be in closer. All right, the vintage are in the water and sounds like they're ready to go. So here comes your countdown for large vintage. Green flag on the course for large vintage. Well, looks like we got some fans up on the balcony up there that enjoyed that last heat. That is good to know. All right. Well, there's no question. That's Jimmy LeBrie in the Advanced United, the first boat out. Mark Evans. The Pride of Chelan. Oh, did I say that without conviction? The Pride of Chelan. Mark Evans in the Country Girl. Boat out of Brewster, Pateros, Washington. Jimmy's out of Brewster. Sorry, Dale. Didn't mean to do that to you. Sean Kelson driving the Shady Lady. Boat owned by Steve and Stephanie Aird. TV Jimmy LeBrie going by right now. Well, you can hear the Country Girl still not running quite right. The boat's handling much better, but the engine is still not where they want it or need it. Without question, Jimmy LeBrie's the fastest of these boats, then Sean, and then the Country Girl. In a straight line, the Country Girl's going to be very fast. It will not turn with the other two boats. And the boat in second place, the Shady Lady, will turn better than the first place boat. A lot of people have driven those Lauterbachs over the years, and not very many of them have ever really learned how to drive them, not as well as they should. And the only one that I know that steadily did that was Larry Lauterbach. And Larry was a master at it, without question. See Mark up on the wheel. And I don't know if that's because he's having to really wrestle it. I don't think so. It doesn't look like it's really doing anything bad. All right, white flag, 1 minute to the start of our 4 laps here. Should be a good, interesting run between the 2 boats up front. I don't think Mark's going to try and run with him, and probably not a bad idea to stay back a little bit. They have not run the boat enough since all the changes have been made to really sort it out yet. And there's a lot to sort out. Is the propeller right? Do we have the balance right? Do we need to do more change for balance? And that was really probably the biggest issue, was the balance in the boat. We'll watch them as they come around the corner. You're down to almost 10 seconds. 10 seconds right now. All right, time to start working the magic. Sean Helson, Mark Evans, Jimmy LeBury.
I think we do okay. They were kind of dogging it to that corner.
I know. Hey, they're smart about that. Definitely smart to do that. Sure. Go ahead, comment.
It's pretty exciting.
Yeah,
I feel pretty bad we're not out there.
He was on it good and hard. You could see it kind of walking around as he tried to get it straightened out.
There goes Sean there.
Smartest man on the course right now. He's figured out he can't run with him, so he stayed away. And that's the best thing he could do at this point.
I talked with Mark earlier today, and they're just really in the testing phase still, and it's not tracking very well down the straightaways. And he's kind of afraid of it in the corners, so it's a real handful.
And if you were paying attention, you saw Jimmy wrestling with the Advance United. Those things are a handful. They're not built to turn. They never did. They do turn, but not like you want to. You see Jimmy pick it up. Sean stays pretty close. Sean, if you were in a race situation, wouldn't be able to stay with him. He'd be in the ball game, but he would not be in the race. He will out-turn him all day long, just like the Hombre will, without question. And the Hombre out-accelerate him off the turn.
Yeah, Jimmy's boat it's capable of turning 120 mile an hour out.
Oh, yeah.
Where Sean's in the 100 mile an hour lap ballpark. Uh-oh, this isn't good.
As you can see, Mark Evans coming down. Okay. Well, Sean's made a decision. He's run his forward. He headed to the beach because I think he can still count. Either that or he's got an issue. Mark is not sold on his ride yet as far as the way it's handling.
Looks like Jimmy's going to make a real nice pass here.
Oh, yeah. Jimmy LeBury running pretty good through the second turn, coming around right now, get it straightened out. Next will be Mark Evans, Country Girl. Not running quite right. If I get a chance during the break, I will go down and talk with him and the others in the class, and a couple others I want to talk to, find out the status. If I am not mistaken, we are going to take our break after this, and I will just wait to hear and double check my schedule. Says lunch. So I will check. I will give you a time on how quick we will be back, but I'm going to go grab a bite to eat. I'll check with the referee as to when we're going to start back up. We will talk to you in just a little bit. Thank you for being here. Great to have you with us this weekend for the Terry Troxel Memorial 2025.
Great, guys. Take a lunch break now. Get 20 minutes.
I got a question. 20 minutes? Oh, yeah. Can I borrow your...
We got boats going in the water right now. We have 1 leaders up, and as soon as I find out whether 2.5 and SC have still kept their schedule change, we'll let you know what that is. We got 1.5 stock Sport C 2.5 mod vintage small, then either SC or 2.5 stock E350 cracker box and vintage. We need people at their boats, getting their boats in the water, ready to go. We got a lot of running to do, not a whole lot of time to finish our day. We're at 3 o'clock right now. We've got a bunch to get done. So let's be ready to go, and we will move on. Well, we have 1 leaders going in the water right now. Our rescue is off the water at this moment, getting lunch, using the rest facilities, and cooling down a little bit. We need everybody back on the water. Everybody that's got an official position, we need you at your position ready to go. Whether that's our pit bosses, our crane operator, or on the water group, does not matter. I'll sit here and run my mouth, but we got to have everybody back so we can get this going. We've got quite a bit to do yet. And I'm just looking out here in front of us. Jim Codling, I know you can hear me. You might have one of your patrol boats take a look down here on the front stretch because we got some more wood as they're headed back. So we'll try and get that stuff done and on the way back out to the course. Want to keep it as debris free as possible. Got lots of stuff going on. Got lots of heats of racing to do, and want to get it in before the day is over. Absolutely gorgeous day here today. Got a little, what looks like maybe a little bit of high haze. There might be some smoke up in some of that. I think there is up to the north there. Hopefully it doesn't get any worse. Thank you for being here. Remind you that later today, the fire department, the Pateros Fire Department, will be having a fundraiser. They're offering sloppy joes, and if I'm not mistaken, you could have a sloppy joe or a hot dog and meal, and it's $15. The donation goes to help cover costs for the fire department here, helps them to do the work that they need to for the community. It's one of 2 fundraisers each year that they do. Please, if you can, support them. Even if you can't, if you see them down there, they'll be set up sometime this afternoon, probably fairly soon. Give them a donation. They would gladly take that. If you can't have that kind of food, if you have other plans, a donation would be great. While we have a minute, want to just remind you of those folks that make this possible with their generous donations and help in other ways. And that goes to Daryl and Vanessa Strong. They're our prime sponsors for this event, Strong Racing. They do everything from inboards to unlimiteds, and then probably a lot more I don't even know about. So I want to say a big thank you to them, and invite Daryl, if he's here in the park, come and see me for a couple of minutes. We'll talk about racing, and I won't really put them on the spot. I just want to talk about their involvement with all of this.
Brewster Marketplace. Eisenhart Excavating. They're a local here in Chelan. They're right next to Cody's there across the street here. Fast signs out of Federal Way. Big help to us. Cody's Noon Saloon. You need something to eat? Great place to go. If you're a boat racer and you want to have a adult beverage later, great place to go after we're done racing today. Have dinner or whatever. Great place to go. Lake Pateros Motor Inn. Really nice people that run the place here. They've been dealing with us for a long time. Tim said he'd been coming here 30 years. When I showed up yesterday to check in, the lady remembered me. Well, I think that's a blessing. So, thank you. Brewster Vehicle and Boat Licensing, Chris Kenner Racing Specialties, AxelNet Racing, and that is the Wyant family, and want to thank them for everything they did, and especially Daniel for all his help getting set up over here, and we'll talk about setup and tear down a little bit here in a minute. KB Marine, Kip Brown Marine, you got a boat project that needs to be done, that's the guy to talk to. PNBRA, the conducting club, Kyle Davenport, your Commodore. All right, we need our rescue, our on-water back in their boats. We need you back on the course. We are ready to get going here. We're talking about thank yous and people doing things. I want to say thank you to our on-water folks, Amy Scheimer and her entire crew that are out there, from divers to towboat operators and our medical, everything in between. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for supporting us. Jim Codling, Chaz Dodge, Kelsey Egan, her help down there, and I don't know the ladies' names, but I say thank you. The gentleman that's been flagging for us this morning and now in the afternoon, thank you to you, and I will hopefully get a name here before the day's done. All of these people are pit bosses, everybody involved, even people that aren't here. I know Mike Curry was the one that did the sanction for the event. All of these people play a big part of this, and we thank you. We thank you as spectators for coming here. It's a whole lot more fun to go someplace and have somebody watching when we're doing this as to going, and we have some places where we can't really have much of a crowd there. They're just not set up for it. They're great places to run, but as far as a venue, this is much more desirable, and as you can see from a turnout of about 60 boats or thereabouts, people like to come here. We get treated very well, especially those of us from Western Washington that come over here. Actually made to feel at home and not resented because we have a race boat. But we thank each and every one of you for being here. Thank our sponsors. I don't know where the mayor is, if the mayor is anywhere around at this point. Mayor, if you're here and you got time, I'd love to visit with you for a minute, just to say thank you and get your take on things. There's always a different angle, and the more people we hear from, it helps us. It helps me with what I do, and if we can improve, that's our goal. Not only to put on a better race, but to make it more satisfying for the people that are allowing us to come here, helping us, and those that are viewing. And I've got a couple of people around here that have come, and Caprice is one of my friends that shows up all the time over here, and thank me again today for information. That's the whole point. If you know what's going on, you know about the boats, possibly the drivers, it'll help you to have a better experience. That's my goal. Calling a race when it's really exciting is not hard, because if you can't feel it, you probably shouldn't be here doing it. But trying to get that information out there, it's really important for everybody to know what's going on. Sometimes we fail, and we know that, and people let us know that from time to time. It stings at times, but you need to know that. If we miss the mark, you need to know it. If I've goofed up, you need to know it. I hate hearing it, but, I'm a big boy. I'll listen, and I don't resent people for that. You know, if they've got a suggestion, I've had a number of them, and it helps. And one of the things that I've started doing the last couple of years is put it out there. If you, as a fan, have a specific question, you know, why are you doing this, or something specific, come and ask it. If I can't talk to you, I'll let you write it down, and I'll get you an answer if I can. Can't always do it, and I'll freely tell you if I can't. But there's a lot of information to dispel or dispense, I should say, not dispel. That's rumors. But if you're informed, it's probably going to be a better experience for you, and that's what we want. That way you have a reason to come back and be a part of this. And if you want to be a part of it, come and find us. We'll help you to get involved. We'd love to have your participation. And again, we've got a couple people who are, you know, in the hospital, some that aren't doing real well right now, some that are doing better. But we want to pray for all of our members. Bryce Todd, Chris Denslow. You know, there's a good number of people that are not doing well. You know, we've got a bunch of people that aren't here because they have family that aren't doing well. Want to keep everybody in their you know, best wishes, their prayers, if they're of that thought. So keep them in mind, give them a prayer. And for those of us that are racers, we need to reach out to those people. Just because they're not here doesn't mean we forget them. That's what this is about. It's about our family. Thank you, Don. All right. We got our folks out there taking care of. They're picking up all the flotsam out there in the water. Got all the wood that they could find. Glad I spotted that one at that moment. Oh yeah, to the left of the boat. We're just about ready for our countdown on 1 liter hydros. As soon as they're able to pick up this last chunk of wood that they just spotted between them and the referee, we will get that countdown. They've got to get off the race course and get to a place that's a little more secure. Get my paperwork all turned around here and get back to where I need to be. Hopefully you're all enjoying your Saturday with us. The 2025 Terry Troxel Memorial, Pateros, Washington. Almost got it out. 2025 Terry Troxel Memorial, presented by PNBRA, Pacific Northwest Powerboat Association out of Seattle. Well, you probably heard that. That is a Sport C. That is Will Huff. And they're getting boats in the water down here. They're trying to do their part to be ready to go so we can get this show in. And I would say that Don is going at a slower speed, so he's not creating a huge wake, which we don't need. Well, that's a good place for those boats. There are those jet skis to go over to the shore. All right. I know they're keeping an eye on the jet skis coming down the river. Hey, Chaz, you got 2 more coming down as well. We have to keep an eye on those just so we don't have them run onto the course when we send our folks out. Well, they keep seeming to find all kinds of good stuff out here. Some years we don't have a lot. Other years we get more. And I think a lot of it has to do with the water level. They drop the level and then they bring it back up quickly. You can dislodge a lot of stuff. So. That is your 4-minute flag. 1 liter. Well, you saw them a little while ago. They're back. They're very loud. They're screaming. They're turning those things a lot of 1,000 RPMs. Kind of engine you find in your snowmobile or your jet ski. Not a lot of torque, I don't think, but they turn tremendous RPM. Unlike the big block Chevys and things where they got a lot of torque, but they won't turn the RPM. Mr. Jeff Bernard in the 18, Jim Seckler's boat. Kay Brown. Strong Racing. Marissa Bartels. Sour Lemon. Mike Jarvis, Sweet Lemon. Well, I'm painting the race course, and I'm not seeing Jay Michael out there. Jay Michael was the winner of the last heat. He's got 1 minute to get the boat running. I don't know whether they even put it in the water. Well, it looks like they are not going to answer the bell. I didn't hear about that, but that kind of changes the makeup of this. At this point, Jeff Bernard just needs to go out and have a good, clean race and finish towards the front of the pack, and he will be your Western Divisionals champion. I know there's other people that are going to have something to say about that, but he's kind of in the catbird seat on that one right now. Well, a nice thing about this is Dave Lemon has both of his boats out there and running. Sweet Lemon and Sour Lemon. Down to 30 seconds. Looks like Mike Jarvis wants that inside up there. See Katie Brown going out. All right, Jeff way outside. Good start. Good start. Well, so much for Jeff holding back at all. Jeff is a racer, though. He'll probably go right to the front here. Yep. There he comes on around on the outside. Marissa is catching Mike, and then there goes Jeff. This is where you gotta start to play a little bit of the game. You want to run fast, but you don't want to run too fast. You don't want to blow the engine up. You don't want to blow the boat over. Like I said, he got second place last time. This will give him 700 points. That would give him the win. Got just a little bit of breeze coming across the course there, and it picked right up at the start-finish line. Jeff Bernard. Mike Jarvis.
Jeff Bernard into turn 2 up there on his second lap. Mike Jarvis on the inside. We're in second place. Third place is Katie Brown. Fourth place, Marissa Bartels. Well, I thought Jeff might cool it a little bit, but he didn't. He just went out front and showed him the way around the course. Coming down for the end of lap 3. Going to come down and get the white flag this time around. Start of lap 4. Mike Jarvis holding on to second place. Katie Brown trying to get it. Marissa Bartels in fourth. Well, you see that. Katie Brown moved inside of Mike Jarvis. We'll find out whether she's got a little extra there. I know Dad's on the radio working with her. Jeff Bernard, Joe Winter in the 1-liter class. All right, she did it. Katie Brown, second place. Mike Jarvis, third. Marissa Bartels, fourth. Got to tell Mike that the heat's over. Well, that is one of your champions most likely right there. I'm not the scorer, and I don't make that decision, but that should be your winner for 1 liter, Mr. Jeff Bernard. Well, obviously we had an issue. Came out, lapped the course, and he's back to the pit. So they figured out what was wrong. Never fails. I just couldn't see him not coming out if there wasn't an issue, and obviously there was. But they got it sorted out and did a lap, and now it's time to go park it for a while. And they will be back tomorrow morning again. Okay. 2-5 stock is up next on our schedule, and they're just waiting on Mike Jarvis to get out of one boat, get in the other, get strapped in, getting double duty this week. And then, what we got next? We have 1.5. We have T-boats shown as next. They could run Sport C, though. So we'll see what they do. Good heater racing. Sorry that J. Michael wasn't out there, because that just makes it that much more exciting, and they push it right to the edge. You wonder how they manage with Jeff and J. Michael come up to beat the other for the start, because so many times they've done it against each other. I mean, inboards, unlimiteds, the whole 9 yards.
you wonder what are they going to do next to try and one up the other just so they get that advantage, because most of the time they want lane one, and I don't know how much you can do. There's only so much, I guess, and they're going to push that envelope. But I don't know if everybody has paid attention, but I noticed the other day in a comment by Mike Grindell, who Jeff Bernard drove for, well, he's going to finish out the season. They got one more event. I think there's just the one in San Diego, but they have sold the 79 GP, and Jeff will not be, and one of the reasons is Jeff is going to drive the U12 full-time next year on the circuit. So that decision was made, and Thompson's have bought the boat, and I don't know whether it's John Shaw or who's going to drive the boat next year. It won't be Jeff, but we got to change for something here. It's an ever-changing climate as we go through our days. People say, how hard can it be to drive these things and all that. And, you know, I had a discussion with the owner of a radio station yesterday about how racing surfaces on a paved track don't change that much. He goes, what do you mean they don't change? I said, yes, they get hot, they get rubber buildup, things like that. Dirt track, it changes because it goes from a sticky, wet surface to dry without any traction. But in a boat race, every time you move a millimeter, the water changes, and it changes every lap. And I said, there's no comparison for a car and a boat. All right, we're about 15 seconds away from our countdown, and this guy didn't quite get it. I don't know if he ever will. I'm sure I'll be talking to him again because I do a fair amount on that radio station, but he just didn't quite get it. And but that's okay. We're all entitled. Some people say I don't get it. I probably don't. Or as my wife would say at that point, get what? We all have our little foibles. Great to be here this weekend. Great to have you here. Here you go. Countdown.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 4-minute gun. 2.5 stops.
All right. 2.5 stock. Jay Dethridge, Crazy Eights. You'll see her husband in a little while. Les will be out there in that boat for the 2.5 mod. They go back, fuel it up, check everything over, and change the computer in there. Put it to the 2.5 mod setting, whatever that is on that computer, because they are different. And then he'll be out. Little Ecotech motor in there. That is the 138. That should be Travis Ulsh. to tell you this, but I think that is J. Michael Kelly sitting down in turn one. That it is. Down to 1 minute and 30 seconds right now. The two boats we've got running are in very good position. We will see them go around and get lined up. And I would think Travis is probably going to want to take lane one. Might not, but most likely. Down to almost a minute here. All right, 1 minute. 1 minute. So they've got plenty of time. They can take their time to get up the back chute. They've got to keep the boats running fast enough unless they have an internal pump, or external pump, I should say, to push water through the engine, because they're not going fast enough to keep them cool. So I'm guessing they probably both got pumps for that. "25 seconds. All right, starting to pick it up a little bit. "10. Gonna be a good start. Good start. All right. Travis Loesch leads. Jay Dethridge into turn one. Just a little bit in front, about 3 boat lengths right now. See whether she's got the boat speed to stay with him coming off the turn. Well, I got to hand it to Travis. I got to hand it to... Well, that was interesting. He just unhooked there real quick for some reason. Sean and his team did a great job putting that boat back together after it was wrecked the last time. Spent a lot of time doing it and probably trying to figure out what they wanted to do. But they got the boat right, and Travis has done a great job when it's raced the last 2 times. So fun to have that out here. Great to have Sean and his family here. Travis Loesch, your leader. Jay Dethridge in second place. All right, to start of lap 4, Travis Loesch. In fun and good times. Sean and Stacy Warren, the owner. Jay Dethridge, Crazy Eights. Jade and Wes, the owners of that boat. All right, here comes your winner. Travis Loesch in the 138. Funny good times. Sean and Stacy Warren, the owners. And here comes Jay Dethridge in the Crazy Eight, second place. And I would guess, depending on how they were in that first heat, that'll probably be first and second for the day for the Western Divisionals. So that means that most likely J. Michael will be third, because he had a first heat. It'll be interesting. That's why we have scores. Well, they've got the numbers in front of them. I don't. Sports C, here comes your gun.
Two, one, mark. 4-minute gun, 1.5.
Okay. Well, guess what? We're running 1.5. T-boats, the young folks. Haley Scarborough and the T3 out there. Well, that one is trying real hard. Not sure quite which boat that is. We'll find out. Haley Scarborough and the T3. Carson Kelly in the 8. Brady Brackett in the 33. Cannon Cushing in the 33. Not sure who's in the boat on the far side that went down over there, but obviously not going to get up and get running. Brady goes through turn 2, full tilt. We're at just under 2 minutes. Haley's down here in turn 1. Get ready to take lane 1 again. As you saw, Cannon cut the course, and he came back in. He was watching as Brady came down the front chute. I'm sure that Dad was in his ear on the radio letting him know where he was if he couldn't see him. Staying tight. You cannot impede that person coming down the straightaway at that point. Okay, we're just down to about 1 minute and 15. We're plenty early, so we're going to have a park and start on this. Don't want to go too slow and burn them up, but these are little stock engines, 1.5 stock T-boat. Start at about 14 in this class and have a ball. Get your feet wet, proverbially. Somebody can say that. All right, Brady's picking it up a little bit. He's outside, so he's got a little farther to go. We're way early, guys. Oh, way early. Oh, here he comes. Cannon had a full head of steam, but he didn't really have the speed. He timed it right, though. I got to hand it to the young man. Got that one down there. Pretty sure that's Carson out front right now. Haley's on the inside and quite a ways back. She'll have to run pretty hard to get up there. Up. Red flag on the course. Red flag on the course. No, not a black flag, a red flag. All right. Well, there's going to be a few discussions going on. Now let me reiterate the flags. When you get your countdown, it goes green. At 1 minute, it goes to white. When you start the heat, it goes green. When you get to 1 lap to go, it goes white. At the end, it's checkered. Normally, they'll bring out a black flag at that point, which means finish and return to the pits under reduced speed. If a black flag comes out during an event, you're to proceed to the pits with caution at reduced speed. Red flag means you stop. You stop now. Normally that means there's been an incident. Somebody might be in the water. Boat could be upside down. We don't have that issue here. We have a boat that's in the way. All right, sports scene. Well, it looks like Jake's got Shane, excuse me, has got a problem with the 86. He's turning around and trying to get it back to the dock, it looks like. Well, that's showing a little bit of smarts right there. watching Shane down here on the 86, trying to get it refired. I know he had it running there for a second. Yep. Yep, he's under power. If he can get it fired, he'll be able to go. Definitely got something going on. All right, 560, that is Will Huff. The 991, Kayla Huff. Gerald, Mark Mead. Down to about 1:20 to our start. I'm sure Kayla would like to make it 2 in a row with Dad. Gerald Benedict. He just missed that one completely. Way out of sequence. Going back around. And unfortunately, Shane down here in the 86 has made a wise decision, turned the boat around, tried to come back, almost got it, but turned around and headed for the barn. Oh boy, Kayla's early. All right, good start. And this time Dad got the start. Kayla was off just a little bit. Gerald Benedict there in 4th place. Mark Mead in 3rd. Had to look for a second because it was kind of vacillating between he and Kayla, who was going to be 2nd, who was going to be 3rd, and it's Mark in 3rd, Kayla in 2nd. I know she would appreciate beating Dad, but, you know, he's a wily old veteran. Heavy on the old. And I would say that if he was here, so it's okay. All right, here he comes. Will Huff in the 560, owned by Gary Hansen. Kayla Huff. Mark Mead. Russell Benedict. Excuse me, Gerald Benedict. There we go. And just an interesting little fact. Kayla Huff is a veterinarian. Actually has a practice. I think it's in Woodway, Washington, down by Edmonds. Just started that earlier this year, and if you're looking for a vet, that's a good one. She's very conscientious about what she does. All right, Will's got this one handled easily, and Kayla's settled into 2nd. Mark Mead in 3rd. And Gerald Benedict in 4th. one of the things I talk about quite often with racing, I think everybody probably can figure it's reasonably expensive to do. But if you're interested, there are ways to get in. And if you'd like to do something entry level, this would be a great class. Those are stock engines, stock center sections, stock lower units. Only thing that's racing on it is the propeller, and it has steering bars on the engine. Those are not stock. But for less than $10,000, you could get into one of these and be out. Actually, if things worked out, you could be back on the water tomorrow. It is a fun class. It's not super fast, but it's economical. They run regular type gas. We're not buying racing fuel for these things. But you could do it. You could do it very easily. And we've had a number of people come in, and a couple of them have tried it and moved on to other stuff. Some like Will Huff has been running tunnels for years. I think Will got started after I was out of tunnel boat racing back in that day. But he's been doing it for a long time, and he's run these up through the champ boats and ran at Seafair many years ago. It's a great group to run with. They normally run with the inboards in the region now, but that's just simply because we don't have enough of them anymore. And with but Evinrude getting out of the engine building, the opportunity for a lot of engines, as far as availability, just don't exist anymore. That's why the Tohatsu was tried and experimented with, and it works good for this class. All right, checkered flag for Will Huff in the 560. Kayla Huff in the 991, second place. Mark Mead in the 845, third. Joe Benedict and a 697, your fourth place finisher. But it's a great entry into racing. Doesn't take a big, huge truck to pull it. Your family vehicle can tow the boat because they're very small, very light. Don't take up a lot of room in the garage or the shop. Economical and a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Some very big names have been in these over the years and had a ball and then gone on to other things. Others have stayed at it for a long time. And nothing wrong with that. You find something, you enjoy it, go play. Because the whole point is if you're not enjoying this, there's no reason to do it. None whatsoever. And we want our folks to enjoy this. All right, they're all coming back to the dock. You see our drones are getting swapped out. And we will have our 1.5 restart. All right, 4 minutes, green flag on the course. Haley Scarborough in the 3. Carson Kelly in the 8. He's going to scream by on the outside. Brady Brackett in the 33. And that looks like Cannon Cushing down there in the 333. All right. Not sure what Cannon's got going down there. Hopefully they can get to him and get a rope on him before he gets back out in the course, or we'll have to stop this heat as well. Well, hold on your hats, because I've got a feeling we may be there real quick. All right, he's really close to being back out in the race area. All right, well, he fired and pulled away. So he obviously had an idea what was wrong. All right. So it looks like Haley and Brady over in the back stretch together. Carson going to come up from behind them. All right, Haley way across first, Brady Brackett second, Carson Kelly third. Brady out front right now. We'll see how much horsepower Haley's got to use. Well, he's holding his own right now. They are getting better, no question. He's got the longer way to go around, though. Haley's very good at this. Into lap one, Brady Brackett. Haley Scarborough right on his hip inside. Leaving a room and just enough. When the 33 runs right, it runs real right. Nice run. He's holding his own. Carson Kelly a distant third at this point. I know Dad's on
on the headset with Brady right now. And Uncle Jeff is working with Haley. And I'm sure J. Michael is... I said it wrong. That was Cannon. All right, start of the final lap. Brady Brackett out front, leading the way. Well, I'm not quite sure how they finished last time. I'm sure Haley won that first heat, but I'm not sure. If Carson was second, then that will automatically hand the victory to Haley on the points, because she'll have 700. I'm not even sure how inboard's scoring anymore, to be real honest. I never worry about that too much. I know if we got a race going on and we've got folks in contention, they let me know. But, all right, your winner, Brady Brackett. Second place, Haley Scarborough. She's out of Duval, Washington. Cannon Cushing in third. All right. 2.5 mod. Well, unfortunately, Gunner does not look like his boat's working very well over there on the back chute. Gunner's looking at 2.5 mod. His sucks. Let's just put it that way. Probably needs to go back and run unlimiteds all the time and quit playing with the little boats because he's doing better than the unlimited. Zach Christensen. Flats are going in the water. Zach Christensen. Flats are going in the water. All right, well. Gunner's not having a great day. Sister-in-law to soon be is not having a great day. What do you think, Darren? Is it time to go back to GP? That's a loaded question. A load of what? We don't know, but it's a loaded question. Well, we can only hope that it's running better than I thought. He's at 1:10. It looks a little better. Still not what it should be, I know that. Well, and he may have loaded that thing up really bad, and it took a while to get it cleared out again. Normally with those modified engines like that, if you load it up, it's over. They just won't clear themselves. No way you can get them to run. He's up and running, though. That's good. I'll say bad things again, and he'll run real well. Well, that thing was running good. It's just a little early. All right. Les Dethridge in the 8, your leader. Justin Burnett in the 225, Hypochondriac, second place. Gunner looks good. All right, here comes Les. This is when less is more. Justin Burnett, A225, Hypochondriac. I guess he's done. All right, Les showing him the way around. Crazy Eights is running very well. I think Conrad is on. Conrad's probably on the radio. Justin Burnett. Well, I know this wasn't as exciting as what we wanted. And I'm just hoping everybody keeps it going. See the white flag coming up to start lap 4 as they come down to the start-finish here. Les Dethridge, Crazy 8.
Got that little Ecotech motor in there. Got the Honda here. This is really the hot setup to come. That is a Honda engine in the 225. You see him come around the corner, straightening out, headed for home. Your winner, Les Deathridge in the Crazy Eights, Tacoma, Washington. Just feathering it through the turn down there, savoring that victory. Well, I count 3 E350s right now. Hopefully we can get more. Don't know about Bosserman or Hill. Looks like Rochelle Hill coming out. Hill Family Racing. Just a little experimentation. I'm sure he was trying to figure out how quickly he could pick it up to the start-finish line. Kip Brown, 2003, if I'm not mistaken, Gold Cup winner. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. I didn't get a chance to check on it earlier, but Rochelle Hill is back out. This is one of the boats that can go either vintage or competition. And I know that next month when we go to Moses Lake for the Vintage Only event, Rochelle is planning on being there, as is John Bosserman with his other boat. And they will come and play. There will be capsule boats at that. We'll have 3 capsule boats there, all 25 years and older. Alex Manga on the outside, Chris Bertram on the inside. Here comes Rochelle. We're down to 1 minute and 34 seconds. And now the decision is made. Do we cut the corner, or cut the course again, come around, or are we just going to go up the back chute? And it looks like Kip is going to stay the course and just basically troll up the back chute. Alex has decided to join him. Chris is back a ways. And he's slowed it way down. Now Rochelle's going to have to do that as well. Coming up on 1 minute All right, we're down to under 1 minute right now. Well, if they all get to the line, this will be a great start. I'd like to see them come across together because there's nothing better than that picture. All right, Chris Bertram just gave it a squirt and got up there. Looks like we got Rochelle on the outside, then Chris, then Alex. Kip's holding back. He's going to... There he comes. All right, they're good. Looks like everybody... No, we got an issue there. That was Alex. Alex got... Well, they either closed the lane on him or something. I don't know what happened there. He got hosed pretty good, but he didn't quit. Kip Brown out front. Chris Bertram, second place. Rochelle Hill in third. Alex Mead in fourth. And to one. That dried up real quick, or either that or got real wet down in turn one there real quick. I don't know what happened, but looks like somebody probably moved. All right. Kip easily handled that. I got out front, and now it's... You see Rochelle Hill over on the back chute. That thing is flying right now. Well, that doesn't sound real good, but... Alex was able to get by. Rochelle's got an issue. There's something not quite right there. Kip Brown out front. As our breeze picks up a little bit. Getting a little lumpy out here. Kip Brown, one more. Chris Bertram, second place. Alex Manga, third. Rochelle Hill, fourth. Yeah, that LS isn't quite where it needs to be, but it's getting better. All right, here he comes, your winner. Going to be your Western Divisional champion, most likely, Mr. Kip Brown in the A3. Second place, Chris Bertram in the Cheetah. Third, Alex Manga. And fourth place, Rochelle Hill. I know Rochelle won't be happy with that finish, but got to be happier than the way things went earlier. Definitely running better. Learning process. These new motors, and the LS is really quite the piece. They really work well. I know with the Ombre we run a 6-liter, and it's been really a joy to have in the boat. It's minimal amount of work, maximum amount of output on the boat from the engine. Not a lot of service work, so that's a nice thing. E3, back-to-back wins today. Chris Bertram second, Alex Manga third, Rochelle Hill fourth. We'll be curious to see what the referees have to say, if there's any disqualifications or penalties. Don't know what happened down there, and that's not my purview, and I know the sister referees looking at video right now, trying to figure out what transpired.
Five, four, three, two, one, mark. 4-minute gun. 4 seconds.
SE Sportsman entry. Travis Olsh. Zach Christensen. Well, and unfortunately, our good buddy Bill Stream has got his boat sitting up in the pits. The engine quit on him last time. Got real hot. Was super, super lean. And she just locked up. It does turn over, but not going to chance it. And so take it home and check it out. Hopefully didn't wipe out all the bearings in the crank. We'll find out, but hopefully he can get that back together. We'd like to have him next month for Moses Lake for our test and tune up there. But we know those two guys have put on a good show. Zach Christensen in the 12. Totally Bananas, I think that's the name on that one. I don't have it on here, but I think it's Totally Bananas. And he is still getting his qualification heats in. And he also owns his own flat bottom, which should be ready for next year. It is also an SE or Sportsman Entry boat. Got that last year. And working towards getting that all put together. That was a boat that Jennifer Cushing had. Minute and 20. Zach's experience before getting in this was driving Dad's boat, driving his vintage boat, the Water Scamp. And I take it we lost the buoy. Yeah, that's quite a dog leg if you try and go around that. Well, not the most competition today, that's for sure, but they're beautiful, they're loud, they're very fast. Well, Travis has got to be enjoying this one. The nice thing about this, with only 2 boats out there, they're not tearing the water up like they would if there was 5 or 6. Much smoother, little nicer boat ride, because it gets real lumpy in these things. Kind of like driving a truck. All right, 1 lap to go. Travis Olsh out of Edenville, Washington. Zach Christensen. Here's Zach get into a little more that time. He's building confidence. He's got to really learn this thing. And they're a handful. All right, your winner, Mr. Travis Olsh. Second place, Zach Christensen. Just bananas. If you enjoyed that, once Travis gets it shut off, give him a round of applause. He did a nice job. Young man's really doing a great job in inboard racing. Done a lot in the outboards and really making his mark in the inboards now. So Been a good weekend for him. Coming up on a 4-minute gun.
Five, four, three, two, one, mark. Cracker box. 4-minute gun.
Wild and Woolly, and they're back. Wild and Woolly, and they are back. So, Cracker Box. Mark Curtis, the P96. Got Phillip riding with him. Todd Cregan. Russell and Mark Mead. They were worried about the water that the other boats stirred up, and what they just did is, it's got to be the worst I've seen today. Insane. They were worried about running after the E350s earlier. Well, the 350s didn't leave anything like that. That's where you got to be careful when you run into those rollers. Good way to send it to the moon, just launch you. Mark Curtis. Mark Curtis out of Tacoma, Washington. Russell and Mark Mead out of Astoria, Warrenton, Oregon. Todd Cregan out of Kirkland. All right, we're coming up on 1 minute. We are at 1 minute. All right, Russell's early. Everybody else is about where they want to be. Well, Mark Curtis will come scooting up through there. Definitely has the fastest of the boats right now. You see Russell going way up wide. He's out against the outside marker buoys, or close to it up there. I think he's got some learning to do as far as getting his timing on this. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You saw Mark Curtis go down through the middle there, basically split him.
Russell got a little bit wider than he wanted to there. He had to roll it up so he could stay inside that outside course marker. Mark just took off and then let Todd catch up. Now we're going to have a race down the back chute. Looks like all right. Todd Cregan coming back off the course. Obviously got a problem. He slowed it up going into the turn there. I wondered what was going on, and he started to pull outside once everybody got by. And Curtis and Russell out there having fun. And what they're basically doing is what you see Vintage do, and that's more of an exhibition than anything else. See Russell Reed come down and hop pretty good going in the turn here. That's the rollers that are inherent in the water. Just kind of bounces through, and then Mark just squirts on by him, and now they're going to do the same up the back chute. He can hear him coming. All right, start of fourth lap coming up. Mark Curtis, Russell Mead. All right, Mark Curtis out front. Coming down for his checkered flag.
and gentlemen, that is going to conclude today's action on the water. We have 2 heats to finish tomorrow. That is the vintage. But I know the discussion transpired down there. We need to get the competition side done. We had divisionals to try and do our best to finish today. We had a time limit of 5 o'clock because of the ambulance situation. Not that it's a bad thing, but they can only be here until 5. And it's right at 5 now. I want to remind you, there is a fire department fundraiser over at the gazebo just on the other side of the inboard pits, the crane pits. $15. They're doing sloppy joes. I think there were hot dogs available as well. If you can't participate in at least having a meal, give them a donation. The fire department can use it so they can do their job here for the community. This isn't a big high-dollar community. This is a small community. They need every dollar they can get. We thank them for being here, being a part of this. Thank Pateros for all they've done. All of our sponsors, Daryl and Vanessa Strong for starters, as our lead sponsor for this event, and everybody else, and I'll go through that a whole bunch again tomorrow. Thank you all for being here. We will be back in the morning. Boat church is at 7:30 in the gazebo down there. Drivers' meeting's at 8. We should be on the water no later than 10 o'clock. Get a full day's racing in and get it torn down, get our awards done. And those that are headed home tomorrow night will be able to do that, and everybody else will be able to enjoy their evening, have a beverage, sit and relax. It'll be a long weekend, especially at that point. We appreciate you being here. We appreciate everybody for what they're doing in the event and at the event. Thank you all. If you've got to be on the highway tonight, please be safe. We want you back tomorrow. If you can't be back, thank you for at least being here today. We will be in Brewster next month on the 6th. The 20th, the inboard vintage will be down in Moses Lake. And we end our season the last weekend of September at Manson. 2 days down there in the bay. It's a great place to finish out the year. And I would imagine we're going to have some GPs that show up trying to clear all the salt water out of their boats. So thank you, Tyler. Appreciate that. So please come and join us. We will be on the radio at Cozy from time to time between now and then. And love coming here. Thank you all. Good afternoon.